Brian Furs with the Chairman of the Milton Planning Board. This is our 14th meeting of fiscal year 2017. I'll ask my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Here is Brian Furs, our chairman. I'm Alex Whiteside, a member.
Liam Clark, Planning Director.
Julia Getman, clerk.
Tim Serwinski, Assistant Town Planner.
April Lamoureux, member.
Cheryl Tagayas, member.
You and I think Michael Kelly will be joining us in just a moment. Starting off with meeting dates. So we need to have a public hearing for the special permit for the two zoning articles for the Maytown meeting. And the next available date based on advertising would be our February 23rd meeting. That is the week of February vacation. I am concerned about having our public hearing over February vacation.
I won't be here.
And Cheryl won't be here. So are folks available on the 16th, which is the previous Thursday?
Yes.
The 16th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to propose we move our meeting to the 16th, regularly scheduled time. And we can discuss whether do people want to replace the meeting, or do we want to keep the 23rd on in case we need a second public hearing for the zoning articles? The plan is to have the February 16th/23rd meeting be reserved for these two articles. There won't be anything else on any other new business. Should we leave the 23rd and then cancel it if we need to, if we can, on the 16th?
I'd rather not, but if we need to.
Well, the issue is if we get to the end of the 16th and we haven't finished our deliberations, we are required to present to the warrant committee on March 1st, or we've been asked to present to the warrant committee on March 1st. So if we don't finish on the 16th, we'll have to go to warrant committee with no recommendation at this time. So I think my preference is to leave the 23rd on the books, and hopefully we can cancel it at the end of the 16th.
My preference is to meet next week and work on these articles a little bit, just because there's a lot of stuff still
Next week or
whirling
meet on
around.
the 9th?
Next week, a week from today.
So I'm out of state next Thursday and Friday.
Excuse me. Next week is the 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
So April's out. I could do the 2nd. I have to move a bunch of stuff around, though.
I could do the 2nd. I'd have to move something.
I think that it might be helpful to work on this zoning a bit. I just haven't been able to work on the Carberry zoning and the Ice House zoning. I'm afraid to work on, but I will.
I'm okay with the 2nd. It won't be able to be a public hearing. It will still just be a meeting. So the public hearing will still be on the 16th now.
My feeling is if we can come up with a draft that, as you know, we put this on as a placeholder. If we can get something a little more solid that meets the comments that we've gotten to date, we may be in better shape when it comes time for the public hearing.
Tim, do we have to advertise for the 23rd if we are just continuing from the 16th?
If you're just continuing from the 6th, it's just like any other public hearing.
All right, so then what I would ask everyone to do is, if you're available next week, great. As long as we can get a quorum, we'll keep working on it on Thursday. So as long as 3 of us can attend. So Cheryl or I. Mike, are you available next Thursday? Welcome, by the way.
Hi. Probably.
Okay, so I think we'll be able to get a quorum to meet on the 2nd. We'll have our regular meeting on the 9th, which will also give us some time to continue to work on these. We'll have the public hearing on the 16th. And if you're going to be in town, just put a tentative on the 23rd. We won't actually put the meeting on the books here, but if we need to, Tim, can I do that? Can we continue to the 23rd, even if it's not?
As long as we post that meeting 48 hours ahead of time.
Great, okay.
Should be.
Excuse me, why are we meeting next Thursday? I missed some of the...
To work on the zoning articles. And hopefully eliminate the need to meet over February vacation on the 23rd.
So
Well,
are-
we
Goal
are
is
going
to
to
meet
have, we're going
tonight.
to have a special permit probably to issue for Highland Street and a special, the Pulte special permit.
On the 9th.
We
Right,
can-
is that what you're thinking?
We can give it a try.
I agree. All right,
So can I just ask a question? Are we intending to speak about these zoning articles tonight?
oh yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I can participate in the conversation because it wasn't a previously scheduled meeting, so I got business out of state.
Right, you have not missed a public meeting, though.
No, I know, but I just want to participate in the conversation.
Understood. And we actually held off on discussions on Ice House last week to make sure you were here.
Thank you.
You'll have plenty of opportunity on the 16th as well, and perhaps the 9th. So
Great.
we're going to hold basically all the Thursdays in February for planning board, and see what happens. So for now, we'll see. The next meetings will be February 2nd, at which we will be discussing the Carberry zoning article and the Ice House zoning article, Blue Hills Ice zoning article. We will be meeting on the 9th for regular business, and we will be meeting on the 16th for regular business. There will be public hearings on the Ice House, or Blue Hills Ice, and the Carberry Estate on the 16th. We'll hold the 23rd, but not schedule a meeting for now, in case we need to carry over from the 16th. Those are our next meeting dates. Okay. Next item of business is approval of minutes. We have the minutes of Thursday, January 12th, 2017 in front of us for approval. Alex, did you submit comments, or did you write?
I submitted comments. Did you make the changes I submitted?
Are those in these? That got
No.
circulated?
No, the new version hasn't been distributed.
All right, so we'll, can I get it? We'll approve those at the next meeting then.
Okay. that's
So if
fine.
you can recirculate them with Alex's comments, we'll approve them at the next meeting. All right. Our next, before we go into citizen speak, the rest of our agenda tonight, we have new business. We're going to do a Novara outdoor seating 6-month review. This is a review of the special permit that was issued for outdoor seating at Novara 6 months ago. We have 3 public hearings this evening. 7:15, we're going to have Pulte Homes, special permit for cluster development, Milton Woods Town Farm Site. 7:20, we have a Carrick Realty Trust special permit for Central Avenue Plan Unit Development. 131 Elliott Street, continued from January 12th. And we have at 7:25, Dennis and Martha Burke, special permit for cluster development, 245 Highland Street, continued from January 12th. And as just discussed a few minutes ago, we're going to spend some time on the zoning articles for May Town Meeting, both Ice House and Carberry Estate.
Brian, there's also a brief discussion on some sign applications that's on your revised agenda.
And we have a brief discussion on some sign applications, which we will do when we have some time. And that will be a brief discussion. Are any of our public hearings, since there are 3 of them, they're going to stretch out, are any of them going to be asked for a continuance tonight so I can alert the audience? Do you have one? Okay.
I've got 245 Highland. I do have we've got a draft revised plan I'm just going to present to the board quickly.
Okay.
But it's going to Lisa Eggleston finally for peer review. And we'll be ready more formally on the 9th.
Okay, thanks.
On the 9th, yeah.
So just for the gallery, if you're here for the special permit for the cluster development at 245 Highland Street, there will be very limited discussion on that this evening. You're more than welcome to stay for it, but we'll be having a more in-depth meeting at our next one of our next meetings. We'll be announcing that as a continuation. Okay, we have opportunity for citizen speak now. So if what you're here to speak about this evening was not just stated a few minutes ago under my review of the agenda, please raise your hand and I will recognize you. Yes, for citizen speak. Sure. I'm sorry? Come on up, sure.
This is about the Pulte development. Is that
Nope,
right?
we're gonna do that. If it's not, if I haven't just mentioned it, if it's not one of the 5 or 6 things I just mentioned, you can speak now. Okay, no one? All right, great. We have 4 minutes here. I'm gonna dive into Novara and see where we end up.
So I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, we'll come get you.
I just want to explain why. So I, as a private citizen, was actively engaged in this process, and I don't feel as though I could have an unbiased perspective.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McKettrick, you're recognized. Tim, do you have anything before Ms. McKettrick is recognized? Or Bill, sorry, staff.
Do. Seeing this one coming forward, I actually checked with the police department, the fire department, the Board of Health, and the Inspectional Services Department. None of those departments have had any complaints or comments one way or the other towards the outside seating or the restaurant.
Okay, thank you. McKettrick.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Marion McKettrick. I'm here representing Novara, and we're back here tonight. It's 6 months since a modification was granted of the special permit of site plan approval for this restaurant, and the modification allowed more seating in the patio area with a proportionate decrease in seating when that occurs inside, so no overall increase in seating. But the board did grant that permit, special permit modification for 6 months. There was to be a review at this time to determine whether there had been excess noise complaints or problems. And then if that was found not to be the case, the board would then consider granting it as a permanent modification. And Vance Welch is here tonight. Thank you very much for the report from the town agencies. And as far as I know, there has not been anything that Vance has heard in terms of there being a problem. He is in touch, I think, pretty well with the neighbor to the rear. There's a house just to the rear of this site. So I was going to ask Vance if he could just address that.
Well, the patio doesn't really abut anything directly. The one neighbor that comes closest to the outside area has really had no complaints. We've checked on them several times throughout the season, and I mean, that's really kind of all we got.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No? Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this? It's not a public hearing, but I'll allow it. No? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I will move to make our tentative approval permanent.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Well done, everyone. 4 minutes.
Will we need, like, language for that?
Yes,
We
you're
will,
going to
yes.
do it.
Can you write something up?
Don't we have, we've got the
We have the
tentative
same one,
approval.
but just take that one out.
We'll just take
Just
it
take out the
one that I
6-month reference
distributed,
and we'll
that'll be
sign
fine.
it at the next meeting.
All right.
Yep.
Okay,
I just
so you
tripled
don't
your
need anything
productivity,
from me?
Marion.
No,
Just
we're
let
all
me
set.
know if you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right. I'm going to call our 7:15 public hearing for Pulte Homes, special permit for cluster development, Milton Woods Town Farm Site, continued from December 22nd, and we need to call back our colleague, Ms. Lamoureux, as well, please.
She's here.
You never thought we'd get that done, did you, in 4 minutes?
I was talking about the skillets at New Home Farms.
Hello?
Well, good evening.
Staff, anything on this? Bill or Tim?
So, in your last set of materials that went out on Friday, you got a number of updated plans and some additional documents. There was a memo from Marcianda outlining those changes on the definitive subdivision plans. You also received a construction management plan, a construction cost estimate worksheet for the purposes of a performance bond, and a few other documents. I received some edits from Cheryl, which I believe I distributed And then you've got those in your additional packets that you received earlier this evening. I know Alex has been working on some edits to the draft special permit. He's still working on those, so I haven't distributed what we've gotten from him so far. And I know, Brian, you said you might have had some.
I have comments that I'll bring to the board's attention tonight. I anticipated that there would be a rewrite, so I figured I would bring them to the attention of the board and let us have a discussion about them before we
And then-
actually had to write them in.
You also received a letter from the Hillside Neighborhood Association regarding this project. That's in your new packets. And that's about it.
So, just for the board, before I go to the applicant, so what we have in front of us here is, I think, 3 things at least to discuss. One is the special permit. One is the construction management plan, if you have reviewed that and have comments on it, which would also include the truck route, which we know we're going to have some discussion about tonight. And then the pricing, which really is to deal with the bonding issue, which ties into the special permit. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant. We'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I don't have anything more to add than what Tim updated the board and the update you just gave. Since the last meeting, we did provide the board the additional documentation. The additional documentation that we discussed at the last meeting, including the construction management plan, the bond, and sequencing plans. Mike has also, and his team have also gone out and prepared a tree buffer exhibit that we discussed at the last meeting, an exhibit showing all of the existing trees greater than 4 inches in the buffer area. And we wrapped all of the discussions that we've had throughout the course of these hearings into a final set of plans, or at least the latest, greatest set of complete project plans for this project. So we've done that, and we did receive some of the draft documents. We did provide a draft approval document, and we did see some comments that Cheryl provided, and we did see a draft buffer restriction document that I think Alex drafted as well. So we're up to speed on those. And I guess just to give the board an update, since the last meeting, we did attend a meeting with DCR, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, regarding the access out to Unquity Road. Bill joined the meeting. As you all may know, the town, the trustees are actually the applicant of the access permit. We're partners, we're co-permittees for that application, and the meeting went well, kind of outlined the requirements for our submission, and our consultants are working away at that package now, and hopefully we'll be submitting that in the near future. But, that's our update.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Please.
You have sheet 22 of 22. The heavy one that you got last time is 21 pages. Sheet 22 shows the buffer zone with all of the trees. Gives you the size of the trees and gives you the location of where the buffer zone is. So we'll make it 22, sheet 20. It's a 22 sheet set.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Board. Alex, I'd love to hear from you.
Well, I gave my buffer language to the applicant, and the applicant is looking relatively calm. So this is good, because I think the buffer area is the critical piece here, and if we can get over, if we can deal with that satisfactorily, I see smooth sailing. I think that affordable housing is, I think we can, I'm inclined to think that they should probably buy a duplex and create affordable housing that way. If they can't get an agreement with the trustees of the Governor Stoughton Trust to redo the building there. That's and I've got some reasons for it, and one is that, of course, the cluster produces lots, not units, and it would be nice to have some units. My first choice would be to have the Governor Stoughton Trust allow the, is it called the men's house? Or
Yeah.
to put 2 units there and let them satisfy, and to move the pest house somewhere on that lot, and that would fulfill their obligation with respect to affordable housing. But I really, I have some wordsmithing to do. I've done some significant, it's more, I've done some rewriting, and that will be available before very much longer. And I've reviewed what I have left to do, and I don't see that there are any significant problems.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to comment on anything?
Do we have the plans, Tim, that we could call up, the one that shows the location of the proposed location of the pest house, the relocated pest house?
Mike, off the top of your head, do you know which sheet that would be?
Left mine in the...
Yeah, it might be like 17 in the plan and profiles, I believe.
There's been no decision on where to place that. It may be on there, but it's just kind of a placeholder, not definitive by the Board of Selectmen or by the trustees at all.
So we'll just put it on a trailer.
It's going to the 4-acre site.
A trailer on the 4-acre
I
site.
didn't say that.
Well, I guess I just wanted to understand, if we're trying to include if these plans become the approved plans, then how do we address the fact that that's a tentative location?
Can you blow that up a little bit, please?
What kind of, it seems, and one of the things I was going to ask is, given the historic nature of the site, I'm wondering whether, obviously the trustees would need to approve it, but there should probably be some historic review of the location as well. But they're going to have to put utilities to a location, so at some point it has to be decided, and it's going to have to be moved at some point, right?
Under the historic component of that, the Historic Commission actually sent a letter to Mass Historic stating their acceptance of that particular site there. So that's one step.
So
but it
Mass
has not
Historic
been
has approved that, or that's pending?
No, Historic, which one?
Mass Historic Commission,
They have not said anything yet.
okay.
The letter went in,
The local historical commission submitted their letter a week or 2 ago.
the 14th, I think,
Okay.
It's dated
the
January
11th or the
10th.
14th.
But certainly a
It's
note,
dated January
certainly a
10th.
note on the plan should be able to address your concern, I would think.
Yeah, no,
That it's
I
subject
just,
to, so you're making a good point, but I think we should make sure there's a note on the plan that.
yeah, I just, and then I, in some of the comments I put in the language, had to do with just what level of condition is it being moved in? I mean, it's being moved, but then is it habitable? Is it meeting code? Is it connected to utilities and that sort of thing? So I don't know that we've had that level of discussion, so that's why I raised the issue in the language of the special permit, but.
If they're gonna turn it into affordable housing, then obviously they'll be bringing things up to code.
No, that wasn't the affordable housing
sorry,
building.
that's-
Moving that one.
It's like a chessboard.
Is that our is that our purview, or is that something we should raise here at this hearing and hope the selectmen listen and make sure that they incorporate it into their discussions?
Well, if it's part of what we're approving, is the fact that this gets moved, then I think it behooves us to understand to what we're getting in the end
Or where it's moved to.
and where it's moved to. Right.
And presumably plunk down on the foundation.
So certainly we could suggest a note along the lines of the house will be moved onto a permanent foundation connected to utilities,
Well, and I would,
something along those lines, and then subject to the locational determination and approval by the Board of Selectmen.
well, I mean, I think it should be made structurally sound and watertight, otherwise it could very well fall apart. And so,
Is all that acceptable?
It's intended to be habitable.
yeah, okay.
So then, I think
As it is now.
perhaps we can just make sure that that's a condition in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I put that language in, so I just.
Okay, perfect.
I just wanted to raise it all at one time, the
Perfect.
plan and
Okay.
all of that.
Great, so
And
you already added that, Cheryl.
I did.
And there probably
did not
will
see
be
your
a Board of Appeals action to, once it's moved, to justify it on its new site. Because, of course, the zoning does not
Okay.
give authorization.
Great. Anything else?
Let me see what else I had. So, there were a couple of things that I thought maybe warrant discussion. So you had a chance to look at them? Did you have any?
We did. Cheryl.
Did you want to discuss any of the?
In general, we are okay with all of your
Okay,
comments.
all right.
You know, there's, not to belabor the point, the one comment that I would just make is that you took out the chain link fence again. We've talked about it.
Right.
We'd like it, but it's certainly not a deal killer. I noticed in Alex's draft, it was in there, and we liked it, so certainly a discussion for the board, and however it ends up is ultimately okay. But, you know, we would like it.
So that actually brings up just a point. So we,
So if you look at page 6 is where I made some of those comments.
yeah, so page 6, you've got the reserved rights. And I guess my question is, we're going to include this buffer area language for Alex, whether it's an exhibit or, I don't know if you're planning to incorporate it within.
I'm planning, actually, where you get to, I've actually designated a spot for it.
Okay.
It's where it says buffer zone restriction, number 7. I'm suggesting that
Yep.
that goes away and the new language goes in there.
That's what I assumed you were going to do. So we just want to make sure that we can discuss the buffer language if you want, but it looks like everything that's in your section 7, everything that's in the section 7 as drafted will be replaced with this.
So we just received this tonight, right?
Well, I had it, but you may have just received it. We had it, but.
You got it Friday.
All right, then it wasn't in my packet, I'm sorry. I did look through my
How do
packet.
you have it?
This is what's sitting here for me tonight.
You sure about that?
I went through
In
everything
any
a couple of
case,
times,
in any
yes.
case.
In any event, you'd like to read it.
I'd like to read
surely.
it.
Well, I don't think we're going to be finalized tonight, but we will go through
All
this
right, well,
shortly, so you might want to.
And I'm okay with having the language substituted out, but I think it's important to, a couple
All of
things
that is in here, so-
material things, if they're okay with those, I'd like to see those incorporated into here.
So we need to make sure that comments in section 7B Romanet 3 and 7B Romanet 5 at least get transferred, as well as
Yeah, above. and
7A Romanet 6.
Right.
That those get transferred in there, and then it sounds like we're going to discuss the black vinyl chain link fence as a group. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, if anybody else has a different idea about the things that I suggested here, I mean, that's why I said, if we wanted to discuss
I'm
it,
fine with
but-
what you said, other than
Okay.
then I want to talk about the chain link fence as well.
So I have no objections to any of your edits.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything?
No, I think the special permit's good. I like Cheryl's edits. I thought the buffer area was fine. The only comment I had was about the construction management plan related to the Hillside Neighborhood letter.
Okay, so I think if you don't mind, we're going to
Save
go
that,
around the
okay.
table again for construction
Sure,
management plan.
so I'm good.
Okay. Mike?
Fine at this point.
All right. So I had a couple of things. Tim, I just hope you will check, I assume, all of our sheets here and make sure they're all appropriate. And then I would like to probably add the construction management plan as one of the things that will be attached to this permit.
I did put that in as well.
Okay.
In 19, number 19, under construction notice. I don't know if that's the right place to put it, but I did put that in there.
I have a question. I rolled up the plans last night before I thought of the question, and I was too tired to unroll them again. The emergency roadway, is that paved, or is it, what's the condition of that roadway?
It's intended to be grass, right, Mike? With a grass paver, so.
So it's a grass paver,
It's a
okay.
surface that's suitable, but it would
Yep.
be.
And that's maintained, I think I saw by the
Would be-
association?
yes.
Yep, okay. This high-density polyethylene pipe, I'm going to raise this only because I'm wondering if it's what we're talking about for Hamilton, or is
I
it different?
think that it's exactly what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
So I'm raising it as, if it's okay here, it might be great for the other property.
We'd like to slip it in here and then tell the DPW director that it's too late, Bill.
So anyway, that's, let's just keep that in mind.
I do believe we've met with the DPW director on that particular piece of pipe. So I don't think he had a problem when we brought it up the first time.
Okay. I
Which
know there
pipe
was
were we talking?
You're
the
in it.
high-density polyethylene variance, the waiver rather, that you're looking for versus the clay pipe.
Yeah, but I know that what Alex is talking about is a
We're sort of
different,
off your topic a little bit.
different
A different kind of pipe?
Different one.
Okay, so-
He's not
'cause I know
talking
he
about
was
the
looking
same
for
one.
PVC, but I didn't know if it was similar.
All right,
or-
well,
another substitution.
it's
Just
good.
noting it for the board that it's something we should think about. Okay, stormwater responsibilities. The only question I had on that, and this is really something just for the applicant, and maybe they can speak to it based on all the other locations they have. You have the individual rooftop recharge infiltration systems maintained by lot owners as opposed to HOA. What is the required maintenance of that type of system, and what happens if you don't maintain it?
So these systems are chambers that are buried in the ground. Now, it doesn't really require a lot of maintenance. I think at some point, you might see if the potential is for the chambers to get clogged with, probably leaf litter is most common thing that might get into those from the gutters themselves. So what will happen is, over time, if it does happen, water will start to bubble up out of where the downspouts go into the ground, basically, around the houses. So at that point, even though we do have an inspection port, at that point, they could go and open up the inspection port and see if the system is flooded. If that's the case, then the system would have to be replaced to get the volume back, if you will.
So if they don't maintain it and that happens, can they just disconnect it and put a downspout on the house?
Yeah, essentially, that's what will happen, and it will short-circuit the chamber system and flow out over the ground, just like we never had them.
Right.
We did not rely on those chambers to meet any stormwater standard. It was a recommendation from the consultant, which we added as an extra relative to the stormwater.
Okay. So I just call that out, that, those are systems that we're going to rely on the homeowners to maintain.
It could be in the homeowners
Association
document
They-
saying that they periodically or annually should, if there is maintenance to do.
Okay.
Because certainly dry wells need maintenance.
Yep,
I'm sure
exactly.
these do too.
Okay, I just wanted to raise it, so we might want to just make a note of that as we're reviewing the condo docs or whatever, just so that we keep an eye on that. I had a couple of little notes that I'll just give to Alex as he's doing his draft. They're not substantive. They're really just edits, and he's probably already caught them. So going back to the affordable housing now, so Alex, I agree with you. I much prefer the units either at the location or at the town farm site or off-site, as opposed to getting lots or getting money. So all I would request is that as we draft this, that we make sure that the location is determined prior to issuance of a building permit for units 11 and then the 21st structure, 11th and 21st, which would be they've built their 10 units, they've got to build an affordable before they get to the. And again, I think that's about it. So I will, only other question I had for the applicant, you have a 5-year expiration upon which, you have to do the work 5 years from the commencement date. So what's the consequence of it not being done? I anticipate you'll be done, but what's the consequence of it not being done? Does your permit expire? What does
What does it say in
number
there?
18, it doesn't. It just says you'll be substantially completed within 5 years of the commencement date.
Honestly, I think that was because when we did this draft, we took a prior example that was provided to us. So there must have, I'm guessing there was a clause in there that said the same thing.
Yep.
And I just left it in there and I reviewed it and made sure that the timing worked for us.
So I guess,
I don't know.
we may want to just put in a last statement there that the building permit will expire or something. I'm not even sure if the building
Well, we don't want to cause too many problems.
I don't want to cause any problems. It just seems like it's an open-ended issue.
There should be some reasonable consequence.
Right. Okay.
You can consider what.
What if we come back to the board with some type of report or update or?
I don't want to overcomplicate it. I just noticed it was open-ended, so we should either probably take it out or we'll put some final, we'll just put a final sentence there.
But it's not going to be
I'm sure you would be
expiration
fine
of the
with that.
permit.
Yeah, or an extensions are.
Yeah, you just have to come back at
allowed,
that point.
yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
So what is the anticipated timeframe for completion?
I think it's certainly market dependent, but I think, we would anticipate being fully complete in 2 to 3 years from start to finish.
There is
I
a
think that's
schedule in
very
here.
Yeah, that's, okay,
reasonable.
thank you. I was looking, but where is
there was
it?
in there.
I missed it, okay.
So just quickly on the buffer, and I'm going to give all this to Alex, but quickly on the buffer. Alex, just a question. The construction traffic section, is that applying to,
That's a floater. It hasn't gone anywhere, but it's just an idea.
gotcha. Okay, so this isn't part of the necessarily the buffer language. Now I understand. Okay, good, great. All right, then I think I am good with that. Let's do the CMP and then the construction management plan, and then we can open it up to the public. So I know you have not had a chance to thoroughly review it. Do you have any initial comments?
Yeah, I do have a couple of initial questions. I'm sorry, and it might be in here. I just didn't get a chance to review it fully. And on the blasting, I'm not familiar with the regs on that. Is there a notification requirement for abutters for the blasting?
Yes.
That was also attached, Cheryl.
All right, so,
What we tried to do is attach an exhibit
Okay.
that
let me see,
has
Brian, I
like a
probably have
procedure
it
to
here
follow. But
somewhere.
it's, and the blasting is basically handled through the fire department. Anybody within 250 feet of the blasting area is encouraged to have a pre-blast survey of their home.
Okay.
And it's in Pulte's interest to have that done because it's a basis for any claims that might happen
Okay.
down the road, and also for the blaster.
Is notice given on that?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, so I'd like to actually, just, let's make sure we reference that notice will be given, if it's not in the regs.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons why I asked about the schedule, because if there could be, and sometimes I've seen on projects where there's periodic updates to abutters, sort of a website with a look ahead, just so kind of people, if they're living in the area and they know that there's construction for 2 or 3 years around them, that they can just kind of be informed of what's happening. Major activities like blasting would be something that, if they were scheduling a bridal shower or a graduation party in the backyard and all of a sudden there's blasting going on, it might be an issue, so anyway.
So we have in some projects, we have given the planning board an update of what's going on for a period, for at the beginning of the month, or 2-week period, whichever you felt comfortable with, where we would anticipate what was going to happen in the next upcoming 2 weeks and submit that to the planning board, so that they knew, not that it would be binding, but at least gives a general sense of where we think we're going to be in 2 weeks. Obviously, there's a lot of things that affect that actual time frame, being weather mostly, and the duration of some of the, whatever, if we hit some type of snag or something like that. But at least by giving a 2-week update or a 4-week update, if there is a snag, I can report that or whatever, and that was usually be done by somebody who's on the site supervising the construction, such as myself.
Great. We can just post it to our website. If anybody's interested, can get it emailed to them.
And then the other thing would be to have a contact name, if there was something that a neighbor wanted to contact the job super about, if there was a contact information posted someplace on the town website or that people could access.
Yeah, I see you have emergency contacts on the back, which is great. I would like to see if we can get an after-hours emergency contact added to that. Because I noticed that these are just office phone numbers, which is fine, but it would be good to have an on-call number or something in there.
And then as far as our consistency with construction hours, is it on Woodmere, did we have it be that 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 7 to 6 on Saturday as well?
I don't know. I don't
Tim,
have
do you
Woodmere.
recall?
I had circled this and said, can we do 8 on Saturdays?
Well, I
but
think
I
at
don't
a
know.
minimum, we might want to think about restricting, if it's something such as blasting, that it wouldn't necessarily occur in the same time frames as this. And then the other thing I know that we did at Woodmere was say that we didn't want to have construction vehicles idling.
Yeah, I have that in there as well.
A lot of them try and jump the gun and get to the job site early, right? And then, so they might actually get there before 7. The routes here are not quite as densely populated, as some areas, but I think there's still opportunity for trucks to go places maybe they weren't supposed to. And then, so I'd like to see the construction hours probably a little more detailed in terms of tied to the activity a little bit more. And I think Woodmere, we did that, Tim? So maybe we can share that.
What did we do with Woodmere? I'm sorry, I was...
In our construction management plan?
for Woodmere.
Do you have it? Aha. Okay, do you have hours? Wait, did you have a pre-construction schedule up there?
7 to 6, you just went by it.
Jump,
7 to 3 on Saturdays.
7 to 3 on Saturday. And then that deliveries made in the morning hours and before the afternoon commuting hours, that had to do with trucks not clogging up roads during the heavy commute times.
I think we should just use the Woodmere language.
I think the Woodmere language also was, yeah. We didn't anticipate blasting though at Woodmere, so I do want to have something relative to that, I think, in the hours.
Bill, are they putting forward a noise bylaw from Maytown meeting? No? Okay.
I think we just take the pieces from
Woodmere.
Woodmere, put them in here.
Fine.
We'll send this,
To them.
yes.
We'll include a no idling under vehicle operations. The only other comment I had was, under delivery trucking, just make sure we reference the route. It may already be on here, but
I do have
it's a specific route exhibit.
We have.
on that employee parking one, that third, 1, 2, 3, fourth line up, all construction workers will be on site by 7. I'm not sure that you need that sentence. You should have people coming and going. You're telling people they have to leave before the peak afternoon travel and stuff, but you just told them they could work from 7 to 6. So I think that one sentence comes up. All construction workers will be on site by 7 a.m.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, yeah. We don't need that.
That one doesn't,
We
we don't
need
need
that
to be that
sentence.
explicit.
I agree. The all construction.
And it's not reasonable.
It's not reasonable. I agree.
It's conflicting with the
Right.
paragraph prior.
Right. I agree with that.
So will you be marking up the construction?
Yes.
So would you want me to give you the Word document?
No,
Is
I'm
that-
gonna mark that one up and give it back to you.
With his handwriting.
Okay, that's fine, however you want to do it.
So Bill, so we're clear, you're going to take the language that which we think is appropriate to apply to theirs from here.
Highlight the ones that we
Yeah.
think from here that are
Okay.
good, that need to be put into here.
Right, okay, very
They'll
good.
they'll get a Woodmere with yellow highlighting in it.
Okay.
Monday,
Sounds good.
Monday.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and any other questions on the CMP?
We're going to, they have the, they're going to make an effort to get DCR to approve a truck route,
Yeah.
which would be great, but we should make sure that we,
I'll put the wording for them to, I'll put the wording in that they have to come in from Canton Ave.
or they use the truck route.
Yeah, I like the truck route.
The
Truck route-
I mean, they should, which
Truck
should,
route, yes, but what the Hillside neighborhood wants is don't come through Hillside
Right.
to get to that
but
pole.
if they can use the truck route, they don't.
Right.
So the truck route is number one, and there should be a no Hillside Street, Harlan Street alternative. That shouldn't be an alternative to the truck route.
Correct. They should have to use this. And if they can't get it approved, then we're going to have to talk about another one, and they're going to have to come back to us, I think, at that point.
When you say coming in from Canton Ave, what are you talking
Right
about
here.
relative to this?
The skating rink.
From the,
No, you're nowhere near Canton Ave.
no, you're talking about coming all the way down this way on Canton Ave?
Well,
Right, Bill? We're not going anywhere near Canton Ave,
You're
right?
talking about going down Washington Street to Canton Ave?
No, I'm saying go up 138 to Canton Ave.
Yeah, that's what 138 is Washington Street on this map.
But the truck route doesn't go
That's
anywhere
not,
near.
Canton Ave's not a truck route.
in any event, let's work on the truck route.
Okay.
Yeah.
But where is the, are you okay with this truck route?
That truck
This truck route
route
works great for
that
me.
truck route is a breathtakingly great.
I
truck
agree.
route.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. And the
Well, that's-
neighborhood, I think, is going to like this truck route as long as we put the provision in you just mentioned.
Right.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Why is it that this truck route was now, is this the
This
proposed
is
truck
what we're
route?
proposing, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think Bill was suggesting an alternative.
I was saying come the other way, but okay.
Well, I just think Canton Ave, you're going to run into
Just a
other kinds
massive
of traffic,
traffic mess,
school
yeah.
buses and all
I
sorts
was
of
just
other
trying to keep
stuff.
them off the DCR road.
I like
Yeah,
that on
like,
the DCR
I mean,
road.
Alex, are trucks,
What?
are trucks allowed on Unquity Road?
Well,
Those sites over there?
obviously, there are in certain circumstances. And here is, I mean, you can't have, if you couldn't put trucks onto Unquity Road, then you would have to
Build any of
use
those
Governor
houses.
Stoughton Lane to build everything, and that's not
We're
going to
not doing
happen.
that.
So DCR has to be consulted on this. And,
Okay, I understand now.
and it may be that they're going to say, well, you're going to have to give us some mitigation, but that's fine. Mitigation is always a good thing.
Okay, so anything else from the board?
I
before
think,
go to the public?
I'm not sure if it's in Woodmere or, I haven't scrutinized this completely, but there should be a manned whale wash, just relative to the, the site and how muddy it could get.
Yeah, that was referenced in here.
It is in there, okay.
This is, by the way, thank you. This is a good, nice comprehensive plan, so thank you for putting the time.
The
in
last
with
thing, it'd be nice to see an estimated truck traffic relative to cut and fill. Showing a peak,
that. Yeah, we did get that for Woodmere.
stage of the construction or whatever.
Okay, we're gonna move to the public, and then we'll give you your next steps, and I think we'll be able to move this along.
Thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to speak to this application from the public? You might not have to go anywhere. Yes? Come on up. Yep, okay.
See.
Good evening.
Good evening. Is this the mic to use?
Yep, that's fine.
Hi, Carol Stalker, 291 Hillside Street. I was asked to come here by the Hillside Neighborhood Association as a member of their traffic committee and read a letter which I think you have already received. So I'll just, if I might, I'll just read it into the record since I was asked to read it. This is a letter from Scott Johnson, President of the Hillside Neighborhood Association. We, the Hillside Neighborhood Association, H&A, are writing to communicate our urgent request that all construction traffic used to build the new developments proposed on Unquity Road not use roads in the Hillside neighborhood. And this is referring to the Pulte development. The H&A held a vote on June 20, 2016 on this issue. Its membership unanimously 51-0 in favor, request that construction vehicles used to develop the properties in the new developments be formally prohibited from passing through the Hillside neighborhood. Specifically, we request the developer's construction design plan and the associated permitting process, and that's the permit, prohibit all construction vehicles, any transit through either Hillside Street within our neighborhood, Forest Street and Harlan Street. If any construction vehicles use Hillside, Forest, or Harlan Street for access, they should be fined. Their work permits should clearly state this prohibition. Local police should enforce the prohibition of these construction vehicles. That was the vote. These developments will take several years to complete. The Hillside neighborhood is already experiencing unsustainable traffic and speed levels due to cut-through commuter traffic and now a freshly paved road surface. Many families, including small children, use these roads on a daily basis for transit and play. Our residents' safety should be at the forefront of the decision process. Thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, we would be happy to answer them. Sincerely, Scott Johnson, President, Hillside Neighborhood Association.
Thank you.
So that's our request.
Okay. I believe you have the truck route, right? You've seen it?
Yes.
And the truck route reflects something that you're okay with. We're going to add a provision to reflect what you said about the specific keeping them out of the neighborhoods.
Yes, I think what we really want is something in writing in the permit that prohibits it specifically.
Yep, we will absolutely have that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have a number of members of the neighborhood who are here in the audience, and we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anything else from the public? Okay, so I'm going to send my changes to Alex for the special permit and the site plan, the buffer area. I'll send some comments on the construction management plan to Bill, pass on to the applicant, and Everybody else should do the same. Alex, when would you expect we should see something?
I have gone right up to 7, and I think that by next Thursday, I will be through 24.
Okay, so that will be next Thursday.
But it will be that we can distribute them at our
Subsequent meeting.
at our zoning meeting then, but
Brian, I think we had
can discuss them then.
One more resident that wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Pipe up.
We'll go back, we'll go to that. Thank you, Tim. I didn't see them. Thank you. 1 minute. Go ahead.
So I
I jumped over somebody in the public.
had a resident flag me down.
Oh, okay. Why don't we hear from that resident?
Please come forward. Sorry about that.
My name is Lorraine Tower, and I live on Lewis Parkway, right near Tucker Elementary School. And of course, I have the concerns that most of our neighbors have expressed, particularly with truck routes needing to pass early enough in the morning to avoid any school traffic.
Can I interrupt you just for a
Yes.
minute? Are you talking about the Ice House?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
we're on Pulte, so we're not quite at Ice House yet.
Oh,
Okay?
what was I hearing before? I'm so sorry.
No problem at all.
All right, I'll be back.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
They all start to sound the same.
I was wondering. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we'll get our comments to Alex ASAP. He can incorporate them or open them up for discussion at the next time we discuss this. And we'll, anything else from the board? Right.
When is that next time?
Yeah, so I think we're going to move to continue this to the 9th. Nope. Yes, sorry, the 9th. That's the next meeting at, do we have anything else, Tim?
Nope.
It's at 7:15. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
7:20, public hearing for Carrick Realty Trust, special permit for Central Avenue Plan Unit Development, 131 Elliott Street. This is continued from January 12th. Mr. Clark or Mr. Zawinski, do we have anything before we go to the applicant?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Just looking for some comments.
So what you have, I didn't redistribute all of the original application materials. So hopefully you've looked at them. It's been a little bit. You do have an updated, drainage plan. One of the holdups from the last public hearing was the issue of the drainage plan. So you've got an updated drainage plan, and you've got, on Friday, I distributed along with that a memo from John Thompson, the town engineer, with his review of that plan. Your packet that you received tonight has a new memo from John Thompson. There was some back and forth between the town engineer and the applicant's engineer about that. Alex has been working on some edits to the draft special permit that he drew up. I know, Brian, you and Cheryl had submitted some comments earlier, the first time we had a public hearing on this application. So what you have in your packets that I distributed tonight is, it's a messy-looking red line, but it includes all of the changes, comments, edits that have been made on this application, and I have that in Word form. And it might make sense to sort of go through it that way, just to clear everything up and have a tidy document. So yeah, that second memo from the town engineer just came in this afternoon, so I understand if you didn't have a chance to read it, but it's in there.
Great, thank you.
And it's short, so.
I just read it. Do you have a copy of that?
I have it on my phone, yeah. You could use a hard copy if you have it.
Yeah, sure.
Have you reviewed it?
I read it,
You okay with it?
yes.
All right.
Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I've discussed the changes I've made, all the changes that the board recommended. I've discussed them with the applicant, and we've worked out something that's satisfactory, I think. We're going to go through them. I think that the time has probably come to close the hearing. If we don't have further comments from the public.
Alex, one more thing. Another holdup from the last time there was a public hearing was the site control component, which is predicated on an agreement between the applicant and the town for the conveyance of the town-owned lot. That agreement was signed in December, right?
Yes.
And I distributed that when it was signed. You should have a copy of it. That's the agreement between the town and the applicant that is the demonstration of site control. So those were the two of the big issues from the last time that have been cleared up.
Okay.
So I would, why don't we see if we've got further comments from the public after the board talks?
Yeah, I was just thinking with the stormwater, we should, since that's a new submittal, we should, after we hear whether there's any comment about that, then I think I would be comfortable with closing the public hearing.
Okay. So just quickly for the public, the stormwater, essentially we got a memo from, actually, Tim, can we just read this into the record quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Very short, just so the public can hear it. And then we can open it up. I think that's a good idea. Any questions? Okay.
Steve, can I get that back?
There you go.
No, I got it. This is a second memo from the town engineer dated January 26, 2017, following up on a previous memo from January 18th. And it reads, "Dear members of the planning board, the engineering department is in receipt of revised plans and comments from Allen and Major," it's the applicant's engineering firm, dated January 20th, 2017, in response to our January 18th, 2017 memo, and is largely satisfied with the responses and revisions provided, with the following to be noted by the board. 1, as previously stated, the long-term operation and management plan should identify estimated annual budgets for all maintenance activities and should specifically state that the proposed drain in Central Avenue, Elliott Street, is to remain private and be privately maintained, though located in the public way. And 2, while the applicant's engineer has performed some subsequent site investigation and is confident that the proposed drain can be installed without electric utility interferences, the possibility still exists that potential conflicts may be found during the construction phase of the project with telecommunication conduits or with other unconfirmed or unknown utility locations. The applicant should acknowledge that this is a risk being borne by the project and that the applicant will be responsible for any costs associated with relocating utilities, public or private, and/or redesigning his system as necessary. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you have any questions or require further information. Signed, John Thompson, PE, Town Engineer.
Okay, and the board, the applicant has acknowledged receipt of that and acknowledged that he agrees with the findings, correct? Okay, great. All right, I'm going to open up to the public then, see if anybody has anything they want to say, and if not, we will entertain a motion. So is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak to this application? I'm not going to miss it this time. Okay, then I will entertain the motion.
Move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so, Tim, I have 4 copies in front of me. All of them are different.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know which one we should work with.
You're going to put it up on the screen,
I'm
aren't
going to
you?
put it up on the screen.
Great, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, and I'm trying to, I did a bad job of labeling these. For that I apologize. Let me find there should be one that says,
Agreement by the town? Is that your language?
So what's the most recent change you made that we can all identify?
that highlighted, if it's highlighted here.
Yeah, but that was from something that Cheryl did, so.
The one that was attached, the one that was in this pile tonight.
It's this one, this is the one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the one.
The one in, yeah.
Perfect, that's what I needed to know. So
There's,
This is the one.
the last line on the page says, C1 ends with, "The layout of the ground floor shall be shown on attachment 3 entitled." That's the last sentence on the document we're going to work from.
So I'll do a better job of this next time, but I did have a little index sheet clipped to your packets tonight. So whatever was in the clipped one that you got tonight was the one that's most current.
Oh, tonight.
I know, it got shuffled around.
Sorry
Yeah,
about
it
that.
could have been different. So the one that we're talking about incorporates the edits from Alex, Brian, and me?
Cheryl edits are still in here. Some of the comments that Brian had in his draft that he submitted a few months ago have been
Removed?
resolved.
Okay.
Ones that haven't specifically been resolved are still in there.
We
So
did a little work on the visualization of the,
Okay, so
I'm good, I'm good with what we have.
Okay, but
So your
I
comments
just
are
want to
in
make
here,
sure
mine
that
have been addressed as
that
of.
anything I have on here is old, so this is the current one?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure I'm working off the most current. The color is helpful, but
I agree.
Thank you.
This is the one with the
All right,
plan,
I'm
this
gonna,
red, the last
do you
line
want,
of
do you
the
want
first
to
page
run the
doesn't
conversation, or do you want
include-
Tim to run it?
why
Oh,
don't,
sorry.
Tim, why don't we start?
let's start at the beginning.
bless you.
Thank you.
So we think that the, under A, the site, we think that we've got the right measurements.
I'm going to kind of go through some of these really quick.
Just accept them? Is that what you're
silly
planning to
ones,
do?
yeah.
You
Okay.
want to go through them? Okay, we'll do so.
You know, some of them are just changes from the language from the special permit application to the special permit document. This is just an issue with previous draft had different numbers. These are all the most current numbers. That agreement's been signed, so that's what we're doing here. Cheryl, I'm going to resolve
Yes,
this.
resolved.
The reason that this is, I didn't want to do something that, almost every comment that's ever been made on this special permit document is still in here. So it's kind of a grind, but I didn't want to leave anything out or have anything go undiscussed or unremarked upon. Brian, this is something that you had brought up in terms of the height of the ground floor retail. The height's going to be 11 feet from the floor to the bottom of the joists.
Yeah.
So that's sort of a true.
And just add bottom of for me, Tim, and that's fine.
Floor to. Just to be, so, you know, when it says Tim Zerwinski, 9/15/2016, these are old comments from basically, you know, the original drafting of this by Alex. Cheryl, this is a comment that you had. Business area and shall be.
That's my comment. Or is that Cheryl's comment? Sorry.
No, yeah, I
C2.
mean, it refers to a paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2 is,
Is it paragraph 2 of the zoning that we're talking about?
That's what I was unclear about what it's referring to.
Ah,
I think, I'm going to bring up the zoning and we can find that out.
Because my concern here was that part of the interest in the commercial space was to have it be a public space, so have some retail, so that it wouldn't just necessarily become an office space that would be private. So that was the reason for the question.
I don't have the zoning up here. Can you put a pin in this? Can we go back? I'm gonna grab the zoning and,
You know, I mean, it's either paragraph 2 of this or paragraph 2 of
Oh,
this.
it's not-
It clearly has to be of the zoning.
so you want to just add a reference to section, what is it?
Well, I guess I'd like to understand what it's saying, because it's saying it's exclusively for the business uses specified in that paragraph, and we don't know what they are at the
All right,
moment.
let's take a look at the zoning. What is the section? Section
I'm finding it for you.
6? Oh, I'll just look at this.
Section 3, subsection J, Central Ave Planned Unit Development.
Paragraph 2, allowable uses and base number of, it's paragraph 2 of the zoning.
Is there a 2A?
Yes.
What does 2A say?
Okay, you can, if you want to put in 2A of the zoning, that's
Well,
fine.
and also, is this the updated zoning? It doesn't, I don't think that's the updated zoning.
was the updated zoning
Tim,
has
is it a copy?
been signed in yet?
Thanks, Steve.
Been signed in yet, has it?
What?
We don't have, we haven't, have we?
We don't have updated zoning, so we...
I distributed the zoning back at the first public hearing. And,
We have it, but it hasn't been adopted, correct?
No,
It hasn't been proofread.
Proofread, got it.
It's ready to go, and it's been ready to go for months.
This is an issue that is for another.
Months.
Another.
I understand, I understand.
Look, what does paragraph 2 say?
Paragraph 2A, paragraph 2 is allowable uses and base number of housing units.
Why don't we just leave it as paragraph 2?
2A says, business use otherwise permissible in the business district shall be required in conjunction with residential use by a special permit for Central Avenue planned unit development, except that none of the following uses shall be permitted: drive-through food establishments, used car lots, motor vehicle dealerships, gasoline stations, body shops, motor vehicle repair shops, and sexually oriented businesses. So that's what it says about allowable uses.
Right, and that's what this requires.
Did you hear that, Cheryl?
I did. I
Of
guess
the
then,
zoning, of the zoning.
so, a question for the applicant.
Little a?
Is the intent
Little a.
on that first floor space to be retail space?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if you've had any inquiries now that this is finally getting closer? Is there interest in retail space there? Would that be your first priority, would be of the commercial uses that are allowed, would be to put in retail space there?
Retail would be the first priority.
Oh, okay. So that was my concern. It's just that the whole idea about that corner and the mixed use was to get that to be a public retail space on the commercial side.
These are all formatting changes that I'm doing here. Cheryl, this is one of yours. High sound attenuation instead of high sound buffering.
Well, I mean, the attenuation is really a better description, I think, in terms of what the screen wall actually does.
Is it a screen wall or a screen?
I see, did I cross out the word wall?
You did.
It's like, it's almost like a fencing material, it's solid, but it's not, I wouldn't consider it a wall in terms of the way the building code puts it in as a wall. It refers to a specific kind of product, I think, in
All
that
right, well, in any
attenuation
event,
screen. Yeah.
people know what it means.
Yeah, I think so. And then my other comment here has to do with, the building code dictates sound attenuation. And if the town is going to look at a noise ordinance or bylaw at some point in time, they could look at things that are done in other places, which actually get to specifics, which is what I put on the side there. So you see in the comment section, Tim, right there. So that would, the restrictions when they're closer to residential are greater than if they are in a commercial. So that might be something for us when we're looking at noise bylaw to consider putting in. But I wanted to point out that the requirement for the attenuation between units is actually something that's required in the building code. But on the rooftop, it could be handled through an ordinance, I suppose. But when you just say attenuation, I mean, one person could say something's noisy and another person could say it's not noisy. And that's where, when you put in the dBA levels, you actually have something that you can measure towards. So the question is how specific we would want to be.
Well, we've had months to discuss this or to determine this. I suggest we go with what we got.
Okay, well, the comments were sent out months ago too, so.
I understand, but no one
Yeah.
picked it up.
Well, my concern about putting something in the language here that says quiet operation, how does one know whether that's enforceable or not?
Well, that's why I put in as measured against alternative equipment at the time of installation. So if you've got variety, I agree with what you're saying, and your way is probably better, but it's a larger conversation, frankly, on the noise ordinance in the town. So that's why I at least put in something where if you've got 3 or 4 units that you can choose from at the time of operation, you can't choose the noisiest one. And you're probably going to have to choose either the quietest or the second quietest unit for really apply to this, I would say. That was what I was trying to accomplish with my language.
Okay, well, I just would say it's hard. This language would be hard to enforce. But if that's the way we want to go ahead, I won't complain about it, but it's something that we should consider moving forward. If we're going to put sound requirements in, we ought to have something that can be measurable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, just having a requirement is not a bad thing.
It's just how do you enforce it?
Well, the building inspector says that's noisy. And the Board of Appeals says, we've been out there, it's noisy. And so it gets fixed. It's not a quiet operation, someone says. Sort of like airplanes. If you don't have a decibel meter, you still can know they're loud.
I mean,
Still subjective.
Right now, our party measurement is of whether the police chief can hear you in a normal tone of voice from the property next door. So we're pretty subjective, I guess, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Are we moving on?
Hope so.
Okay.
Same buffering, attenuation, screen, same original and future replacement equipment, same alternative equipment. This comment is so old, the BRA doesn't even exist anymore.
Which one are you on?
The same comment.
Oh, the same comment?
Well, it's just the same topic. You were referencing the BRA guidelines.
engineering requirements may require some minor reconfiguration of units, but the unit count, building dimensions, and building design shall not substantially change. Any substantial change shall be subject to planning board approval.
My comment, I don't have a problem with it.
This was, I don't know if this was Brian or Cheryl's comment about the sort of, where windows shall be energy efficient and sound reducing, careful attention in construction shall be paid to the sound transmission coefficient and noise reduction coefficient in order to control noise transmission between the units horizontally and vertically and from the outside.
Well, I just commented, these are all things that are spelled out in the building code, so
Yeah, there has to be code, right?
there's no real reason to put them in the zoning, but
Got it.
they're here.
Got it.
This is the permit. The permit, we can put lots more than we put in the zoning. Zoning is just bare bones and sleek.
Well, when you have a building code requirement, you don't want your zoning or your special permit to be in contradiction, for example. So I
That's not-
pointed out that because there are very specific requirements in the building code for both of these things. For the energy efficiency, there's the energy code, and for the sound transmission, there's actual very specific requirements on the sound transmission. So if we want to say something, we should say, at a minimum, it will meet the building code requirements. And then, if they want to, some places ask for them to exceed it, but at a minimum.
But they have to meet the building code requirements.
so-
We don't even have to say this.
Exactly, that's my point.
But we say that they should be energy efficient and sound reducing. There's no harm.
Okay. There's no teeth in it, but
There's no teeth, but it doesn't need teeth because they're in the code. It's just a reminder to people to be energy efficient.
I guess, Cheryl, in this language, do you see anything that, you would contradict the building code? Or is it just a sort of redundant thing?
it's unnecessary, so. So as we look to write these, I'm just pointing these out because as we write these, I think we have to be mindful of, I personally believe where we should be looking at what's zoning, and when we're looking at things that are under other jurisdictions, we want to be clear. We could refer to the other jurisdictions as a minimum baseline because we could ask for them to be exceeded, but just to have things that are unverifiable doesn't make sense to include, in my judgment. I'm just pointing them out. So you can resolve it as far as this is concerned and leave it if people are comfortable with that.
There's going to be language later on about materials.
Yeah, this is my comment. My comment, and I think it's been resolved, and I think unless there's objection from the board, it can be accepted. But, my concern was we're sort of putting into a special permit materials that may not be stylish or fashionable in 10 or 15 years. So I just wanted to be careful. So that's why I went with the similar units in the market, and again with the French doors. Who knows where we're heading with the doors and everything else. So that's why I put it in. That was the thought behind it.
Cheryl, what's D3? Is it well, I think I just changed everything that this comment was referring to, so we'll get to D3 in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Tim, you got an extra period right now. on 8, just while you're in here.
Cheryl, you have a question here if the doors into the parking areas should be,
Yeah, I think I was referring to the west facade where there's garage doors, which would face the Elliott Street neighborhood. I think it was just a question of if we don't have an elevation of that we'd want them to be, you know, sort of comparable to the rest of the architecture and what's being used on the, perhaps on the Elliott Street side. Do we have an elevation of that facade?
is there, so into the parking lot, is there going to be a garage door or is that going to be open?
Coming off the surface parking lot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interior,
It's gonna be
right?
security grade, it's gonna be set back now.
But there's not going to be like
There's not
a,
gonna be nothing.
No garage door? Okay.
but on Central Ave,
Central Ave, there'll be security grade again,
so it's just a gate, not a door?
not a door. Again, if you want a materials conference, we can have a cut
Okay.
sheet of that at the time.
Well, that's what that was referring to. So I think that's fine to
Resolved.
look at it then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, let's speed this up a little bit. I think people on each of these individuals, if anybody has anything on one, let them speak up. And then if not, we'll just keep moving. Same with next paragraph.
You can look at the visibility of the active spaces.
Yeah, we need to fix this. Yeah. So what I'm trying to accomplish with my comment here is that I'd like to make sure that as you're walking along the sidewalk, you can see into the spaces and you don't have opaque windows and you don't have a wall built behind the window to block off visibility into the space. So I think, however we.
What do you think?
Is there a dimension necessary on the setback?
I'm fine with what's written there.
You know, this is actually also, the change that Alex made actually said there shall be visibility into the area inside the commercial space within 4 feet. So active spaces, comma, actually.
Well, why don't you just leave it as it is right now? Do you want to put inside the building after that? The active spaces inside the building?
No, I just think the sort of, I didn't make your correction correctly, so I was just bringing that up.
It should say something like, there shall be visibility into active spaces such that the area inside the commercial space within 4. So I would just replace the comma with such that.
Okay,
Gotcha.
okay, got it.
Okay.
And then this language about no more than 25% of the glass should be covered or obscured.
I think the rest of it was fine with me, Tim.
We're taking out tawny yellow colored.
That's long since gone.
have specific colors we discussed.
So on this one, on the,
Right under tawny yellow.
is there a window size in there that was either removed or taken?
Window and door casings within the clapboard siding shall be 5
Oh,
over
that's
4
the
by
side-
4.5
That's
inches.
the corner board,
Right.
okay.
So there was language in right after the first sentence of this, a parenthetical specific color to be approved at the materials conference. That was taken out. Steve, did you want that?
Discussed.
We've got it at the end.
Yep.
Oh, so yeah, Steve, the last sentence of this, precise colors and materials shall be discussed at a materials conference between applicant and the
So
planning
you have
board.
that strikes again?
Right, were you just saying something? I'm sorry.
No, I was trying to answer Cheryl's question, but
I'm
I
sorry, so
was-
the height of the windows, okay, so that's revision change, stayed in.
Yep.
'Cause I think window height's important.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, we good to move on to the next?
All hardware shall be top quality. Charlie, you think that's subjective?
Wouldn't that be covered by the next sentence anyways?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's fine.
So we should probably remove that, I would say.
Yep.
Cheryl, you ask, is attachment to the landscape plan, are there accurate dimensions on it or on the site plan?
We've also got that sheet on attachment 11.
So we have a new set of plans, are these going to be referred to here though, rather
We
than attachments?
incorporate those, yeah.
They're referred to later.
If you look at, you might as well look at paragraph.
So attachment 2 is the landscape plan.
So can we just put as shown on landscape plan instead of attachment 2? I think it would be easier to follow.
What we did is, if you look at section G, which is supposed to be drainage, utilities, and landscaping. And then we incorporate these things and call them
Well, Alex, the,
attachment 11, or they're supposed to be called attachment. Okay, these have to be incorporated. But you can see that we've got a landscaping plan here on sheet C2, layout, materials, and landscape plan. So this needs to be incorporated as attachment 11. We've got an attachment 11 which has been superseded by this, which is the old drainage plan, attachment 11.
yes.
Okay, so this is going to become attachment 11. And where it refers to landscape plan as attachment 2, it's attachment 2 and attachment 11 sheet.
Well, is the original landscape plan superseded, or is that?
Has it been revised?
It's been,
A little bit, so it has been superseded, a little bit.
so, as it is, it's still valid or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's attachment 2.
C2. Yes? Or,
C2,
Okay.
but, no, we've got a different landscape plan
Okay.
in the thing, but this
Yeah.
one's incorporated too.
Okay,
So it's attachment 2 and attachment 11 sheet
C2.
C2. Okay,
Okay.
And then we'll get some language to incorporate
So it's to
this.
provide a small park as shown on attachment 2 and attachment 11, sheet C2. And then Alex, is attachment 11 incorporated? Do we need
I
to
guess on
type
the
that?
It's
plan.
going to be, when we get to
These new
G,
plans.
Okay.
And what's the other C2?
C2 is a, is
He is one of the plans,
One of
so
the
it's the same
plans.
thing.
it's quite easy to do, too.
Okay.
I just want to make a note for the record that we had received a letter from Bike Milton, Thursday, August 25th, about having bicycle spaces. So I just wanted to make sure we are accepting that
We've got
request,
12
right?
bicycle
Yeah.
spaces provided.
So just for the record, we are taking into account that recommendation from Bike Milton in that paragraph.
Cheryl, your comment here, the narrative had this at 14 feet.
I was just noticing discrepancies, yeah, so I don't know if that's now with revised drawings or the narrative have been now made consistent.
Or let's just acknowledge the right. make
Whatever
sure
the
we-
right one
Make sure
is,
it's the
yeah.
right one, so as long as 10 feet is what we want. then
It
that's-
is 10 feet to the narrowest point,
Okay.
yeah.
Bicycle racks for at least 12 bicycles. Area nearest the tracks. So these,
So is that still attachment 12? Yes.
Yeah, we're just taking attachment 11.
right, so this is the list of
Oh.
attachments. 11 comprised an original and a new grading and drainage plan. The new attachment 11 is what you've received.
Well, the original grading and drainage plan. Yeah,
And-
we've got a
So
new,
this is
we've got a
attachment
new
11.
attachment 11, yeah.
Right, and then 12 is the lighting plan.
Okay.
And we've included language here, up to 3 historic lantern light fixtures to match the existing street lights along Elliott Street.
So my comment there referred to the actual fixture that was selected, that was shown on the plans, being an industrial utilitarian looking in shape. And so this had to do with making it be more of a consistent to the historic that would be used elsewhere. So I think that's something that could be reviewed with at the material conference.
There's language there, right in the next parenthetical.
That's what we say on the
Well, there you
the
go.
mid-square
You
thing.
added that then.
10 steps ahead of you.
Okay.
Is there a photometric plan on those lights, or no?
There was, yeah.
There was, I'm just trying to find it. Is there any light spillover? We can come back to this. You
We've
can
got a
keep
I'll
going.
dig it
photometric
out.
plan
There
up
you
on
go.
the board right now.
You got it, okay. That's the picture I was talking about.
It's the old one.
Okay, it's
No
fine. I
spills.
just wanted to look at it quickly. You can leave the language the way it is, it's fine.
So, Steve, you just said this is the old one. So
That's the first one. Yeah.
the configuration of the parking lot has changed. It's not a straight line, well, not a straight, but it's, if you remember from the landscape plan, there's this sort of curve this way.
The lighting will reflect that, but that's the track side anyways.
Right, so, and actually, you can sort of get a little bit, I'm not gonna turn this around, but you can see, you know, comparing this curve.
Is the lighting in the same place, Tim?
Steve?
Well, it'll reflect, it'll be a little less actually. But it'll be away from the residence. See how it tails towards the building?
Yeah.
So it'll be an improvement, if anything.
Well, let's keep going. We can always I mean, it's probably not a
Just
big
won't
deal
have
to update that plan.
Just won't have spillover.
Yeah.
Fine. Change the word to prevent. Can we change it to prevent
Sure.
spillover?
Yeah.
Change it to prevent spillover, Tim, and then we'll probably live with what we have.
On G,
Wait, you have Shelby, is that,
Yeah.
on G, it's drainage, utilities, and landscaping.
Alex, you don't use serial commas?
What?
I said you don't use serial commas, so
Serial comments?
I won't use them.
Hotly debated topic.
This is not town meeting. We are not going to discuss commas.
After Allen Major and Associates, Inc., put parenthesis attachment 11. So will be the final attachment.
What'll be the
The
final?
letter will be. A copy of the letter is attached as the final. I don't know how many attachments we have, but it'll be the one after the last one that we have.
Can you make a note of that? The engineer's letter is just going to be the final attachment. I don't have the number off the top of my head
You
either.
can just,
so.
yeah, just leave yourself a space and highlight it.
That's the letter we just read. Sorry.
Is your OMP the same one that you had, and do you have a new one, or is it the same one updated? The old one updated?
No, with the new plans, we have a new updated operating management plan.
Okay, so,
Was that in the drainage report?
It should be, yeah.
Okay.
so, Tim,
yes.
Back a little bit.
The
The
date,
date is, do you know what the date of that plan is?
I don't have,
it's
okay, dated-
January 10th.
Okay, put that in. That says A and M rather than O and M.
Where does it say A&M?
Well, in any event, if you've got the right date, we're good to go.
Alex, is this green space supposed to be paragraph 3?
What?
So under J, 1 is requirements, 2 is bonus of additional floor area.
Yeah, it's, should be, right, Alex?
It was, we've
Was
got,
3.
well, we've got 3. You can make it a 2A if you like.
I don't want to do that.
I understand, but we've got a 3. And
Can we
I'm
turn the 3
gonna
into
fix
4?
this formatting offline.
Yep.
Yeah, so this will be 4, right
Yep.
here, determination of amenities. Probably want to leave that G in.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Keep me thinking.
Cheryl, you have a comment, suggest changing this to start at 8 and end at 7.
Yeah, I was just thinking to be useful for some of the businesses who capture the, who open earlier than 9 and who stay open later than 6. So it was a suggestion to, because we're looking at that parking as being the public amenity, that we'd want to make sure that it was useful. I did notice in the documents between the Board of Selectmen and the applicant that it does say 9 to 6, so I don't, yeah. So I don't know, that was signed, you know, obviously in December. But do you have any thoughts about that, Steve, in terms of the hours?
I'd like to stay with 9 to 6, Cheryl. I think it would be good.
Did you have discussion about that, Brian?
It gives an opportunity for the residents, because it's overnight residence parking, it gives them a good opportunity to clear.
And it keeps the commuters out.
It's commuters out.
Keeps commuters out, so good thing, yeah.
That's a good point.
I was thinking the plate and the coffee break, you know, the
Exactly.
places that people pop into, but, okay.
Also, at the end of the page there, the 8 to 11 on the weekends, That wasn't, I know that's, was talked about, but that wasn't contemplated with the agreement we
That
had.
is, it's purely discretionary.
Yeah, it's discretionary.
Yeah.
They don't, the condo association doesn't have to do it.
No, I just wanted to, if your condo association ever decided to do that and offer
they
that.
can do it without
I didn't
coming
want
back
you to
to-
have to come back to the board. So that's why we made it totally discretionary.
Good.
But I wanted it in there so that we don't, so that if it happens.
Doesn't
we
have,
don't
we wouldn't have to roll back. Okay.
Correct. Is there another substantive change as Tim kind of catches up to us, as people flipping ahead? Is there anything major that
I
trying
just
to
wanna
move this
make sure that
along? We're
attachment
ticking
10 is-
away here on hours, folks.
Which are you jumping to, Brian?
I'm just asking if
Oh.
somebody wants to jump to something, because this must be riveting television.
Well, it's riveting because this is the,
It's planning at work.
a moment to be savored, hopefully.
Hopefully. Yes.
I think this was really just another one of those questions relative to the narrative, so
So as long as
you
we
can
know it's
just keep
4.5
going.
feet. Yep.
What am,
It's all set.
4.5 versus 8.5, just.
this was just, the original draft had provided for an on-site loading zone. And since there already is a loading zone in the Central Avenue Business District that we'd like to encourage people to use.
As well as they can go into the ground floor garage if they want
Right.
it.
So this hopefully addresses your comment, because I had the same comment, which is I didn't want to give up more parking. There's an existing loading zone. We're requiring to use the existing loading zone, not provide another one.
Yeah.
I had the same concern.
Yeah,
you
so
did.
this is different language than my comment was
Yes,
based on, right?
that's correct.
That's why I'm getting confused.
Right,
My comments are based on language that's not the same as what's in there.
right.
You have
Yeah,
to
that's
keep
why.
an eye on
That's
the
why I've got
board.
several drafts here going, my original comments.
Well, at least now I can, maybe whoever is watching and trying to understand why I'm asking things I'm asking.
It's a good loading zone.
Great.
So I have a question about the loading zone. Wasn't there a discussion that we had not too long ago about the elimination of loading zones?
As in East Milton.
Only in East Milton?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The one in Central Ave, as far as I know, doesn't cause nearly the amount of problems as the one in East Milton.
That's the one that's opposite Steel and Rye?
Yeah, because sort of, kind of opposite, it's between Brook Hill
Yeah, it's
Road
like
and
3 or 4
Morton.
The real estate right across from Raves.
Yeah.
But is
Yeah.
that made available on Sundays for other use
In evenings, yes.
and evenings? Is it, I don't know if the signs are that way.
The signs say after 5 or 6.
Okay,
I parked there last night.
okay.
You mean for parking?
Yes.
Yeah, I just hate to see them.
I agree. Empty
Off
spaces on
hours be
Sunday.
empty.
Yep, I agree.
There's a prescient comment from you, Cheryl,
Another one of my,
on traffic provisions are adequate.
Yeah, I mean, this again, some of these comments are really for us to consider as a board
Yeah.
in larger context of then the plan. So now that you're deleting them all, I would, maybe we can track them and think about them in a larger context.
Yeah, I mean, the traffic study,
Right.
we put on the agenda last week, so.
Yeah.
But absolutely, I hear you.
Okay.
Just so everyone can hear this, no restaurant uses shall be allowed under the special permit. Any restaurant use will require modification to the special permit and an analysis of traffic impacts and parking adequacy. Cheryl, you asked about a maximum width of the driveway aisles.
Well, now that we have a site plan, the site plan I don't think is necessary.
Yep, agreed.
You know, these comments are before these revised drawings
Right.
came in. This was something we received a fair amount of comment about in the public hearing, earlier in the public hearing. We wouldn't want the rules to be so restrictive that it's not a public amenity any longer, right?
I'm trying to figure out how to respond to that as far as how we put the
Well, I
language
was,
in.
you know, could the applicant put some
I don't think so.
draft
I
association
don't think so.
rules together?
I agree.
I mean, it says it's public parking, and they have the right to reasonable rules, but they can't upend the requirement that it be public parking.
Could they say that can only be from the hours of 12 to 1?
No, they can't,
No, they
because it says it's from 9 to 6.
Right.
So what's an example of a rule then?
Well, they could actually, but
track?
Cheryl's actually right. So one rule they could say is that between the hours
You
of
can't
12 and
wash
1,
your
you can't
car
park for
in
more
the
than 1
parking
hour.
lot.
They could say that, which I think would be a fine rule, frankly.
I didn't hear you, what did you say?
They could say from between the hours of 12 to 1, you can only park for 1 hour. So that would be a rule that they could implement if they needed to for some reason, because we needed more turnover in I'm just throwing it out there. That would be something, but they certainly couldn't make it that you can park for 3 hours because
Doesn't our
it's
permit
required
say
to be
for 2?
maximum of 2, doesn't it?
Oh, a maximum, yes, okay.
But it might be that 1 hour is better. I mean,
Right.
it isn't to their advantage to have no one park there, because their rules make it impossible.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Plus, it's also mentioned in here as one of the amenities, so it would be a pretty significant violation of the permit.
It would be a violation of the permit.
Okay.
Brian, I think you might have had a comment about police department may ticket non-compliant vehicles in the outside parking lot.
I was just asking if it was legal, but if
It-
it's
they're
not,
not
if
gonna
it's
do
not,
it.
if it's not, he won't.
It's a may.
Right, exactly. That was what yeah, it's not a shall, so.
My comment was similar to Brian's, so. Oh, actually, on this one, it's on the warnings on that.
Bless you.
Bless you.
talking about the,
Yeah, when you have a,
like in downtown?
yeah, I mean, when you have a driveway, you know, where your vehicles are coming right out onto the sidewalk, and particularly when you have trolleys, you know, where people are coming off the trolley and onto the sidewalk, and you don't have a lot of distance, you don't have enough room even for a car to pull out where you're almost into that sidewalk. I guess I've often seen where the noise is there because of a safety concern. So if you're saying that the chief can say that it not be used, is that what the intent is? The chief can say, no, you shouldn't use it?
Well, I think putting in the unreasonably hopefully makes it clear that there can be a noise, it just can't be outrageous.
Reasonable precautionary measures. Measures or gates specified by the police chief, but he can't do something unreasonable.
Right.
I mean, we don't know what to specify.
Right.
So we're giving it to the police chief, but we're saying you can't act unreasonably, which seems reasonable.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you done?
Here's the 6 spaces.
Yep.
So this is, so the gate won't be at the facade, it'll be further into the garage to sort of allow the use of some of those indoor spaces for business use. Alex, this is a reference to sheets C2 and C3.
Yes. Okay.
We had dashed those earlier. Steve, you did provide a fence.
Cut sheet.
Cut sheet.
Yeah.
So, do we want to reference that, or do we want to?
It's in the.
What are you looking at?
There's a cut sheet for the fence, and Charlotte.
Is it shown on both? I mean, if it's shown on attachment 2, that's enough.
It's not, I don't think. I think it's called out as a fence, a Maristar fence, but the cut sheet is more specific.
So
It could just be another attachment, right? Because we already have it, it's just not called out as an attachment.
Right there.
Okay, that's it there, right?
Right.
And is this part of the,
So it looks like a section of a cut sheet.
so it's on what exhibit? Attachment 11?
doesn't have an
It
exhibit.
should be on attachment 2, shouldn't it?
I mean, attachment 2 is the landscape plan,
Or if not.
the first landscape plan.
Just add it.
Add it, right?
Just add it.
Just add it, yeah.
Add it to 2.
Got it. Add it as another exhibit.
So add it as another exhibit, so
We could just add it to 2, a part of 2.
Fine.
It's probably part of attachment 11.
Hey, Kim, can you figure that out? And can we keep moving?
I'm just making a note to
Thank
add
you.
that to
Great.
attachment 11.
It'll either be attachment 11 or a new attachment.
However
which
we
will-
need to do
will
it.
go after that letter.
However we need to do it.
Cheryl, this is your comment. Rules for use should be submitted by the applicant due to the public benefit nature of the space.
Well, I was just rereading the language, since I'm not sure if it is the same as what I commented on. But it does say that subject to reasonable rules and regulations. So I think they could, as Alex said earlier, it could be a violation if the rules were such that it was unreasonably restricted and therefore no longer a public benefit, right? I mean, the green space and the parking spaces are the public benefit that
Right.
allowed for the bonus, so
Yep.
we just don't want to unreasonably restrict them.
Is that so subject to reasonable rules and regulations, so we're
good.
So Alex, that
So we're all set.
protects that when we say
It
reasonable
protects
rules?
it, that's pretty standard boilerplate, which is always good to have. I mean, boilerplate is useful.
I just want to understand that, so if it were, let's just say complaints came forward, that the rules came out and it was people complained, what recourse would they?
They come here and
Okay.
we'd call them in and.
Okay,
put
that's all I
them on
wanted
the
to understand,
carpet
yeah.
and-
Because we had lots of comments from people about that at the public hearing, and I want to make sure we're addressing their comments.
Hold on 1 minute, Tim. So just a question on the cameras. Do we want to? We want to give access to the police to these either in real time or.
Well, they're going to coordinate with the police on these, and they'll do what,
Whatever
is
what the police
reasonable,
say. Okay.
it seems to me. I mean, we
Oh,
don't,
I
we
see- I
don't,
missed coordination with the police on use of these cameras.
And-
Okay,
and-
we're fine. I didn't see the use
Okay.
thing in there. We're good.
All
I'm
right.
sorry. I found it.
Can I go ahead accepting these changes? Tim,
Oh, please do. Yeah, I don't
put me
know.
in charge.
Yes, keep going.
You could
You can just do
really
select
begin.
all if you want. Yeah, exactly. Let's move it along.
Accept all. Is this attachment number correct?
Let's just leave it as a red line, and Tim can go through these at the end. I don't want to sit. We don't need to sit here anymore on these. So just next.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to leave as
Attachment
shown
number
it so that Tim can just
16.1.
double check it for
Attachment
us.
16.1, okay.
I just want Tim to check it. That's all.
We're good with this?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Oh, on affordable housing, if you have resident preference and then Milton employee preference, it means the employees will never get a shot at it. Also, when you have a lottery, if you don't put the employees and the residents in, you're going to have two lotteries, one with the residents and then it's usually done just.
So you're putting in the
you
employee
put 'em both
preference so that
in.
we can put them both
You
in.
put both
Right.
in,
Okay.
yeah.
Good. That's what
So
we
this,
wanted.
you're happy with this?
Accepting
Yes.
those.
Yes. What'd you say?
Just comment to April that she's accepting those.
Yeah. tell me when I need to.
Keep
pause.
going. You're gonna need to pause at permit compliance so we can, so that we can look at that.
Right here.
So as opposed to a bond here, there's a proposal to withhold the final occupancy permit for the last 25% of the units until the project is complete, as opposed to having a bond, which probably is even a greater motivation,
Yeah.
frankly. So,
I agree.
okay.
Notice it was
50.
70, we got 50.
For units sold for the association formation, and then half maybe owner occupied. So you use 50% in both cases? Okay.
Now, on the demolition plan, demolition isn't really our deal, and the Conservation Commission has issued an order of conditions with respect to demolition. So our doing the demolition, the selectmen, I don't think demolition is our deal.
This is, I agree, this is sort of language that's just saying, sort of what you were saying earlier, it's a reminder
Yeah.
language, but ultimately the purview is on the building department, the Conservation Commission, the
Health Department.
all of those agencies.
Now, okay,
Yes? I mean, this is just sort of,
oh, well, that's fine. And then if we can accept that, Tim, we can get on to the next one because I have some additional language which I want to include. Right, the one after being modeled on the construction management plan used for the construction of 36 Central Avenue. Do you think we're going to be able to find that?
I can talk to the building commissioner and see if he has that. I have not been able to locate it in the files. So,
the building commissioner, did you say you haven't talked to the building commissioner? Or you have? I just,
no, I have
okay,
not.
okay. I just,
After, on 36 Central Avenue, after the period there, put in the following. And the plan shall be discussed by the applicant with the planning board prior to construction.
And Alex, so this is a new sentence after that?
No, it's a comma after 36 Central Avenue. And these words, and the plan shall be discussed by the applicant with the planning board prior to construction to ensure that all material issues are reasonably addressed. It's singular, and the plan shall be discussed.
And the plan
Right.
shall be discussed. Okay.
And we might as well have a precautionary, if the plan,
Is that at the end of this?
yeah, new sentence.
if the plan for 36 Central Avenue,
We're still back at construction management?
I think so, Ave is not available.
This is after that sentence?
Yes.
Can you, Alex, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If the plan for 36
is
Central.
not available.
Is not available. The plan for, what's the variance, what, the Elliott Street Apartments,
Milton Hill House?
the Milton Hill House,
Elliot?
is that 50 Elliott?
Yes.
The plan for 50 Elliott Street shall be used as a model.
Brian, you had a question about?
It's the board who does that. Who determines the qualification.
Okay. This board.
Alex, that.
You don't have to say
You don't have to
by
say
the
it, I was
board
just asking the
because
question.
it
You don't have to
goes-
say anything, I was just asking the question. You can delete that.
There was one that we left in.
We left one in, Tim, for you to check on attachments. I assume you're going
Reference
to do
to
a final.
attachment 16-1.
If it's, I don't know if this is appropriate or okay, but if I can do a final sort of maybe offline, just make sure all the attachments are consistent.
We have to sign it anyway, so.
Right.
We'll put that in the motion that, you're going to double check all the attachment, all
Right,
references with
we'll
references.
We'll move that, you've got to do the things, and then you've got to confirm the attachment numbers and
And all references.
and add references. But are you done?
Yes.
All right. So I move that we approve the plan as presented with the substantiation which Tim is going to make for the issues that we've identified, which are basically the numbering of the attachments. And was there anything else besides the attachments? Was there anything else you were going to do?
Let's just add the word references, just in case, attachments and references, in
And
case there's a
just clean up
reference
the
to one.
formatting.
Attachments and references. Does that do it?
I think
The plan or the special permit?
The special permit.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Sir, you have a special permit.
Thank you very much.
We're going
This is it right
to
here. Q.
sign it at our next
Bottom
meeting.
line, says
It might be a long time
attachment
before you see me
16.1.
again.
Here, that one we-
No, we're going to have that materials conference.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Thanks again. Thanks for all your patience
Congratulations.
on this. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I had a little moment of rest there. I'm going to open the 7:25 public hearing for the special permit for cluster development, 245 Highland Street for Dennis and Martha Burke, continued from January 12th. Mr. Corcoran.
Good evening, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'm going to be very brief and just, I know a number of months ago, the board voted to accept the plan, subject to review of the plan, for 7-lot cluster development at 245 Highland Street. One of the issues that needed to be addressed was the issue of stormwater. And responding to comments that we had received from Lisa Eggleston, who was the town's consulting engineer. And as a result of really her comments, Jim Burke went back and substantially redesigned and reduced the use of structures, but substantially redesigned the notion of the way that the property would drain, stormwater would be handled. And so I can do a very quick demonstration at the board. The original plan had a fairly significant set of Cultec systems on this side. He's reduced it to a pretty small structure just off the side of the driveway and replaced a lot of it with a swale on this side that will be installed essentially where there is currently meadow. And so we'd create a new basin, allow that all to grow. There's a discharge point that would come under the road and over and tie into the town's drain system. But it's designed to handle a 100-year storm. The comment that had come from, in particular from Lisa, was that he hadn't adequately designed for was the issue of the 100-year storm. And so with this, we think it's actually much less impactful with respect to structures within open space. There will be a small number of sort of new recent growth trees, small caliper trees that probably will have to be removed here. Again, this is all meadow. There are no trees that would be affected here. And all of the trees that would be saved are sort of identified now on the plan. So that's the current plan. If the board has any specific questions or any issues that would like us to be responding to when we come back in a couple of weeks, we'd like to otherwise continue the hearing until February 9th. And at that time, we expect that Ms. Eggleston will have a chance to have reviewed the new calculations in the plan and provided the board with her comments.
Thank you. Anything from the board?
Looks good.
All right, just because it's a public hearing, I have to ask, anybody from the public wish to speak to this application? Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark.
I'm not sure that that February 9th date is realistic for Mrs. Eggleston. She has a family health emergency out in Denver, so she'll be reviewing it, but she has this other situation she has to deal with. I don't expect that it's going to be a long time. Maybe the 16th, just for...
Well, the 16th we're reserving for zoning, so
Just-
why don't we move it to the 9th, and then if we need to continue it, we will, just because the zoning is...
I know, but I don't
hear
think
ya.
this one's going to take that long, but it was just that
Let's-
it may...
Otherwise, she might, they risk getting pushed to March, so let's put them on the
Okay.
9th, and we'll see what we can do. And if we need to move it to the 23rd or the 16th or something, we will.
Okay.
Thank you, though. All right, so can I have a motion to continue this hearing to February 9th at 7:20?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion, all in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we have Ice House and Carberry. I think we're going to start with Carberry. Did we do? No, we did Carberry last time. So we're going to start with Ice House tonight because we didn't get a chance to speak to Carberry last week. Sorry, Cheryl. All right, so Mr. Whiteside, do you want to start? You mentioned earlier. You mentioned this earlier. That's why I'm looking to
On
you.
the Ice House?
Nope, we're on Carberry.
Oh, Carberry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're on Ice
The
House,
Ice
which
House.
is why Cheryl's walking out. Okay.
We are on Ice House.
Yes, we are on Ice House.
Thought you would say.
You're on both of them, so
I
what's...
know I am, but I have different clients here.
Sorry.
Let me get
I don't even know what state I'm in, so it's fine.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Thank you very much.
A state of exhaustion.
Exactly. So I'm going to start then, just because now that I know what we're talking about, I'm going to start. So
Yes.
I submitted comments this afternoon that that attempted to reflect and may not have captured it completely what I thought we had achieved, what we thought we had gotten to last week. So I think what we want to do tonight is just kind of review, especially pages 1, 2, and 3, because that's where the substance of what I thought we talked about was. And then, to the extent we want to go through the rest of it, we can kind of breeze through it section by section and kind of get people's thoughts on it. So, starting right with the purpose. Last week we discussed the idea of having a 14,000 square foot commercial building, which could be a 10 to 14,000 square foot market, and an additional retailer within that 14,000 square feet, plus potentially an outparcel building that would be potentially a bank. And so what I've put in here is a commercial retail property. Purpose is to create a commercial retail property with one or, and it actually should say commercial mixed-use property, not retail, so there's our first mistake. Commercial mixed-use property with 1 or 2 buildings containing up to 16,000 square feet of commercial space. And then I reference permit development of up to 24 well-designed units, which I think is the number we talked about last time. And so that was under purpose what I did. So why don't we start with that? Do you believe that reflects what we talked about?
I think that you said you were going to look at the financing of this, but assuming that you have, and this is what you've come out with, I think the purpose was to try and meet what the residents wanted, which was basically a market and a place to get together. I've never heard them say they wanted 24 units of housing on that little site. And I think that the residents want an amenity, and the amenity has to be, I mean, a market may be an amenity, but it can be a nice market or it can be something else. And it seems to me that it may be that what they want is simply not feasible on this particular site. And we did get quite a thoughtful letter from Joe, is it Badunio? How do you pronounce that?
That might be correct, yeah.
Who says, these things have to work for everyone. I mean, they not only have to work for the people who want to use the market, but they want to work for the people who drive down and enjoy the parkway. They want to work for the people in the conservation area. And I suppose that if there are residents, they want to work for the residents. And I'm just, so I think that the purpose, if the purpose is, if you can't do a market without doing a bank with a drive-through plus 24 units of housing, maybe that it simply, the dream is not possible. This is something way beyond what the site would handle. And in my view, when you look at the fruit center, which is on a somewhat bigger lot than this, and you realize that it only covers 22,000 square feet, to provide for significantly in excess of that, I'm not sure that that's what we want to do as a as a group of planners. I think that the idea of a market is great, but there are other issues.
So you raised the Milton Marketplace. We certainly talked about it a lot in the context of this hearing before. The Milton Marketplace is an FAR of 0.38. And I put in here 0.40. I rounded up the extra 0.2, 0.02. But, you know, from an FAR standpoint, which is floor area ratio for anybody who doesn't understand that, which is the amount of actual square footage, whether it's horizontal or vertical, versus the amount of acreage, it's virtually the same. And frankly, we could reduce it to 0.38, or we could probably even reduce it to 0.35. And I think you could still accommodate what's proposed here with the 20.
0.38 is 22,000.
I'm sorry?
22,000 square feet total.
0.38 total, okay. What's the size of this property?
This is somewhat smaller than the
I understand.
Milton. It's 2 acres.
Right.
Slightly more than 2 acres.
So just assuming it was 2 acres,
It's
0.38 would be
89,250.
33,000 square feet for
Right.
for FAR.
But Milton Marketplace is 22,000 square feet.
But the FAR is 0.4. So from a density standpoint, it's the same.
You're saying that with two 2-acre parcels, one with 22,000 square feet and one with 33,000 square feet, they
Tim,
have
I
the
didn't
same?
bring the math. I asked him what the FAR was earlier, so I need to bring it up for us.
Do we want to look at the fruit center or do we want to look at the site?
No, I want to look at the fruit center. I want to know
Go
what
to
the
find
FAR is.
10 Bassett.
So if I could just make a comment on that issue, the fruit center is all retail. It has a CVS, it's got the market itself, and it has a restaurant and retail upstairs. That imposes a certain amount of density on the use of that site that I think is greater than a mix of market, a bank, which has no traffic or parking impact, and residential units, which are a different, they take up square footage, but they don't have impact with respect to parking and traffic. So I think that's an important distinction to draw.
Back to that,
if you're
Tim,
talking
sorry.
about FAR.
Go back to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you've got 23 on the first floor and 11 on the second floor. So it's a 35,000 square foot building. So I'm just making a point that, you know, they're virtually the same density. You may argue that's not the
No,
right density, and that's
they
okay.
seem to be. You know, I was mistaken that, I guess I was told the first floor
Okay, gotcha.
was just using the first floor. So what you propose is similar to the fruit center. But
And to Ned's point, you know, less than half of the, well, just about half. It would be just about 50-50 commercial versus residential. Arguably, I'm not going to make the argument, but I think Ned's saying that residential has a lower impact than commercial. I would probably tend to agree with him, but certainly I'm sure you could make an argument the other way. But certainly from a traffic standpoint, it would seem that that would have a lower impact.
Yeah, half of the building isn't churning traffic at the same volume that the other half is, by a long shot. You know, 24 units with 1 to 1.5 cars per unit is creating some peak hour traffic at each end of the day and occasional trips in and out during the day, whereas 16,000 square feet of first floor commercial is going to churn a significant amount of traffic through the day, and most of the parking is going to be allocated to those uses as opposed to the others. So in terms of relative impact, there's a big difference, I think, between a fully built-out fruit center, which is all retail with a restaurant, as opposed to half retail and residential. And the bank, if it's a bank, is a low-impact, high-end, high rent paying entity.
And then this also, expressly restricted drive-throughs, because those do create a lot more traffic than just a bank would. And I actually expressly prohibited restaurants. I think Mr. Corcoran wants to talk about that, but I actually said there can't be any restaurants outside of the cafe component of the market or a coffee shop, which those tend to be very high traffic generators. And with the market, which is obviously going to be a high traffic generator, I wasn't sure we really needed to have the two substantial traffic generators at the same property.
My point on the restaurant is that one of the very interested entities is substantially a food provider. I can't identify who it is at this point, but it is a food provider, small market size, not a food market, but it is a specialty food provider that actually serves takeout and some meals and sit down within their premises. That is sort of an ancillary component to what it does. And so if they were to come here, they might want to have a certain 3 or 4 or 5 tables available for in-store dining as a component. But that's a different story than saying it would be strictly a restaurant. It might be a food producer that has a sort of a table service.
Would you say it's not intended to be a market now?
No, the main, so.
It's not intended to be a restaurant.
You were saying another
Full-service
tenant.
No, this would be a
restaurant.
separate tenant. So if you had a 12,000 square foot market, you might have 1,000 square feet dedicated to this other food provider.
With all due respect, I don't want to zone for a potential tenant, so, other than a market, right? So let us get to that part of the discussion, because.
I just don't want to foreclose.
I understand, and we can have that
language.
part of the discussion, and you can use it at that time.
So on that point, I mean, I watched your meeting. I don't have to sign anything because it wasn't a public hearing. But a lot of the conversation was driven by the requirement that this be a market, which we're talking about more of a full-service grocery store. And I know we've heard a lot of people talking about that, but I'm apprehensive about making that a requirement of the zoning for a variety of reasons. One, because of the market could change at some point while the special permit is issued, assuming one is issued, and then what happens? The second is, a lot of what you discussed at the last meeting was the density requirement driven by the cost of providing this market space, which may or may not turn out to be economically feasible in the long run. And I'm wondering what the rest of the board members think about the requirement that a food market, full-service food market, be part of the zoning. Can't we just say this can be a building envelope with up to X amount of square feet of commercial, and we can talk about what that is, and have a variety of prohibitions, as we have in here, for gas station, repair, liquor shop, marijuana dispensary, etc., but leave it more flexible?
So I think that is a great way to create zoning. I do not think that there is community support for that, based on what I've heard in testimony. Everything we've heard from every person that's come before us has, speaking in a positive way that I recall, has been with regard to a market.
I agree, but to Alex's point, what if a market isn't feasible now or in the future? Is the option do nothing? Or
Well, I think at that
is
point,
there a
look,
menu of options that people would be amenable to, they just haven't been
they're
provided?
not going to build unless they have a tenant.
No, I
If the
understand.
tenant goes vacant, they're going to have to come back and modify their special permit to solve for the vacancy, in my opinion.
Or they'll do a 40B.
I mean, no, if they build the market opens, then the market fails, the market closes, now what do? They'll
Right.
have to come back and figure it out.
Well, that's one thing, but what's the other is if they don't never get the market?
Well, then they'll be back, or they'll do a 40B, or they'll figure
But
out
is that
something
what we
else.
think the community wants?
What?
An ongoing conversation if the market is not
We
feasible?
think they want a market, is what we think. And if they don't get a market, they're not going to get what they want.
I think.
And why would we, if we can't give them a market, or if we say you might get a market, but you might not, you might get something else, I'm not sure that they wouldn't say that you guys
Duped
are
us?
not doing your job.
So I don't know, I guess I heard a lot about a market. I also heard a lot about the west side of town having no retail amenities whatsoever, or very, very limited retail amenities. So my perspective is, if the market turns out not to be feasible, I believe people that were in support of the market would prefer to have some other retail alternative that provides perhaps smaller or multiple retail amenities as opposed to nothing.
Like a 7-Eleven?
No, we can put,
So, I mean,
Well, I mean,
April,
how restricted could you be? No 7-Eleven, no Tedeschi's, no this?
No, I
I
mean,
mean, what you said is a good idea in a commercial zone, but this is in a commercial zone.
I understand, but we're also driving up the scale of the development because we're requiring a market in a non-commercial zone.
I disagree, and I was actually just going to speak to that. So, you know, one of the things that, and I didn't hear how it was pronounced, I apologize. So, Mr. Madugno's letter says, it questioned why the land acquisition cost that I used in my analysis had more of a commercial zoning designation value than it would on its current assessment. The basis wasn't commercial zoning designation, it was what can this property reasonably be sold for based on the fact that today this developer could probably sell it to a 40B developer and walk away and say thanks a lot. I think this landowner currently is trying to do the right thing for Milton by not doing a 40B, in my opinion, because I think he probably could get more money from a 40B than he could if he just sold this to a guy who's going to go in and limit what he can build to accomplish the retail. That's my opinion, but that's why I used the $2 million designation. That in my mind was probably, you know, where the value was based on a 40B type sale here. We could use $1 million. I don't think it's realistic, but we could use $1 million. We could use $4 million. I don't think that's realistic either. So I came up with a number that, based on my experience, I thought was realistic.
You're just to make it clear, you're saying that land is worth $2 million to a 40B developer?
I would think so. That's what I was guessing.
But when they buy it, of course, they can't use that. They have to, their acquisition cost would be $1 million, even if they were, because that's what it's worth, except for a 40B development. So that they would have to make it work with that sort of land acquisition, half of what they actually paid. And I don't know how you would do that. It would be nice to have someone do a 40B analysis on this to show that somehow 40B is the way to go in just about every case. And if it's the way to go in just about every case, why doesn't everyone do it? I mean, they limit the profit in 40B, and they have a bunch of fairly arcane rules which really don't make development a windfall.
No, but I had a conversation offline with someone after the last meeting, and my concern is we do nothing. We say, you know what, we're not going to change the zoning here. We don't think it's appropriate. And we get a 40B. And I actually made the same comment on the Carberry process. If we push this thing to a level that we think it's not, that we're being told by the applicant it's not going to happen, and then a 40B application is, have we done our job as the planning board? Have we been giving the proper foresight to the land development? In my opinion, something is going to happen on this site. This site is not going to remain what it is today.
So I agree with that. And my strong preference, as a sort of neighbor, is for a mixed-use development. My concern is at what scale. And I think that this is a residential area, as we've talked about, and I think we need to talk about neighborhood scale development opportunities that work. And from what I saw in your presentation last week, that doesn't seem possible with a full-service grocery store.
All by itself.
Yes.
Right.
And
At the $2 million acquisition price, I agree with that.
so my question is, are we, it doesn't make sense for us, and I mean, Ned can decide to do what he wants to do. If he wants to put forward a citizen's petition, that's fine. But our job is to say what's right for the neighborhood, what's right for the town. And is this the right thing to do? I don't know. I mean, I think the right thing to do is to zone this for mixed use. I think the right thing to do is say, here's the maximum threshold of development, and let the market dictate what fills in the blank. Now, we can do our best to restrict the types of uses that we don't want to see, or the types of retailers that we don't want to see, but I think we're boxing ourselves in by saying it has to be a grocery store.
Yes, but the developer came and said that's what they'd like to do, and the neighbors said that's what they'd like to have.
Yeah, we've got 400 people saying, give us a market.
I hear you. I'm just saying, is it our job to just say, okay, we'll zone for a market even though we don't think it's going to work, or it's going to be twice as dense
I
as
mean,
we
the
think is
reality
appropriate?
is we're designing zoning for a specific site. So in my opinion, it probably,
Now, a specific use on a
as
specific.
much as I don't like to do it, and it's against my nature as a, planner, yeah, I think it probably is appropriate because people are saying this is what we want here. I mean, if we were doing this for the non-conforming use bylaw, then I would certainly say absolutely not. We have to keep it general. So, and I just don't think you have the support. I think we're wasting our time if we spend 2 nights putting together zoning. I don't think you'll get 3 votes from this board to support it, and I don't think you'll get 2/3 of town meeting to support it. So why spend the time? We should just decide now to not talk about it and move on to Carberry.
I think that we should come up with something that's reasonable. It is interesting that the Fruit Center has actually 35,000. I was thinking it had 22, and I said, boy, didn't seem like a lot. So I was, but when that really brings me, when I said you can go up to 26,000 square feet in the proposed zoning that I came up with, and still be less than the Fruit Center. I'm not sure that I don't feel that might not be not a bad place to be. And I guess, what we're doing here, and we've had your analysis, which you said you would go back and polish and shine, but really that this is something the applicant should come in with. I mean, they say we want 24 units. They really have to do a little bit of due diligence here. They say why they need 24 units and a market and a bank and a lot of other commercial
I don't think it's my
activity.
job to do that, and I don't want to be out there on the edge.
And
I don't
you
want to be
shouldn't-
liable
you
for that.
shouldn't be out there.
Right, I don't want to be out
But
there.
we
on that.
we don't have the financial information we need to determine what's reasonable. All we have is saying this is what we want, and there often is a difference. And I agree, but it does seem to me that if the applicant doesn't give us the financial information that we need for a great big development like he's proposing, then we are entitled to go off on our own and determine what seems to be reasonable. And, my feeling is that what I threw out there seemed to me to be reasonable. And if it can't be done, then it can't be done. And with respect to 40B, a lot of towns go to developers and say, let's do a 40B development here because we don't want to change the zoning. And the town and the developer get together and come up with a good
40B.
plan. And then the 40B sails through the ZBA, and the town gets an attractive, well-designed project, and they don't have to go changing the zoning to get it. And I assume that here, if there is no zoning in place, the landowner will act in good faith with the town, and the town, I have no doubt, would be extremely reasonable and would be anxious to develop an attractive development with the developer. So I think that we should look to try to see if we can offer something to the developer which on its face seems reasonable to us.
Alex, April, or Tim, do any of you know if a friendly 40B can bring a mixed use in?
Yes, but only if the underlying zoning allows for it.
That's what I thought.
Only if you want.
That's what I thought.
The underlying zoning allows for it.
You could do it in the
Can't do
business.
it on
you
a
could get a
commercial.
you see, 40B it produces housing.
Yeah.
And the DHCD has said you can have a commercial element, but they generally say it has to be commercially zoned. But here you have a commercial existing use. And you might be able to get a special permit from the Board of Appeals to expand that into some sort of a business use in a 40B. So they would do
Right.
the 40B along with this other.
Which has been my idea from the beginning, right? Except for, let's do this as a friendly 40B with a mixed-use element, except for the fact that I don't believe the amount of commercial space we're talking about here is ancillary to the residential units, which is the other
Well,
big
it's
component.
6 units, it's not, for sure.
Well, that's what I mean. So it has to be, I mean, you can explain this
I'm
better
not,
than
I'm not sure that they say it has to be ancillary, but maybe they do.
They do. I double-checked.
Looked at the regulation. Yeah, well,
Anyway, it's an interesting idea. I think what I'd like to conclude, though, at 10 of 10, is where are we going tonight with this? Do we want the applicant to come back with an analysis? Do we want the applicant to come back with their zoning and we'll just mark it up and change it, which I think is what you already did?
We're going to discuss this next Thursday. And
What do you want the applicant to come up with?
I would think that
This one.
you've thrown out the idea of perhaps something a lot bigger than people have considered before. And let's, you know, it won't be a formal hearing, but let's get some input on this. Say that we want to market so much that we'll do anything to get it.
So I can't be here next week, which very much frustrates me, because I'm going to be out of state. We didn't have this meeting scheduled.
Are you
However-
away all week?
No, I'm leaving Thursday. I'm in Raleigh Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
I get back Wednesday, unfortunately.
But
But frankly, honestly, just to put it out there, I would rather have you all meet on Wednesday, if you can be here, and I'll miss the meeting, or I'll call in from New York, or I'll do whatever I need to do, because I'd rather not have to have a disjointed process. And it seems like you and Alex and Mike, I want you guys all to get on the same page, because I've put out a few different ideas on this. And we
So-
keep getting stuck. So I
so-
think it's important that you're here, because we need to move this thing along.
But I think Alex is right. I want to, whether I watch it on TV after
No, I think you
or
need to be
whatever, I don't know. I mean, it's disappointing if I can't be here, but I understand. We have a short window. But I think you're right, Alex. I think we need to hear from the community who came out and said they're in support of this, that they're only in support of this if this is a food market. And no other commercial amenity would appease them. Because my issue is, what you just said, if this becomes a 40B, that's all fine and dandy. I'm all in favor of 40B housing in appropriate places, and this may be one of them. But there aren't very many places on the west side of town to add commercial amenities. And this could be one. And I would like to see us talk about some sort of mixed use. I've already described what my challenges are. So if we do it on Wednesday, great, actually, I can't even be here on Wednesday. It's my daughter's science fair.
Okay. Tuesday? I mean, honestly,
I thought last time we sat down, and you went through the financials with, I understand it.
Yep.
I thought we were at a 14,000 square foot market, a 2,000 square foot bank, and 12 residences. And now this
Were we
would
at
go back to
12?
24.
That
We
again,
were
that's-
at 12,
That's where we're at.
actually.
Okay, well then
And
we
I
should
thought
be at
people were
12.
nodding their head that that's acceptable.
Well, then that's what it should say here.
I mean, whether or not this happens is
No,
decided.
but that's what it should say
Yeah.
here. That's why I brought this
My-
forward and
yeah.
said, what, is this correct? Because I didn't watch the tape when I wrote it. So if 12 is the number, I'm fine with 12. I didn't mean to propose
12
something
well,
larger.
Wait a minute, but 12 was the number that you said
No,
on
we made-
your
just made
Mike
the
added
grade.
the bank
on
back
Added
in.
the bank.
thumbnail analysis.
But then when Mike added the bank back in and reminded us of that,
Right.
it worked.
So we went to 12.
So we went to, so I'm fine, that would be fine. I just
That-
threw 24.
I mean,
because
the basis
we
that we're
would
always.
still want to get confirmation that this is,
And that would
in
probably,
fact, would be the right number.
understood. And that would probably bring the FAR down, by the way. If you didn't do 24, you did 12, it probably brings it down to 30. 30%.
I'm just, and I'm not.
No, Mike, I'm glad you made the comment,
I'm
because I
not
was
correcting
wrong.
it as much. My point is, this thing is bouncing around so much.
It's an important correction. I thought we
I
were
don't
at
know what- I
24.
don't know what I'm
12
looking at.
probably changes the entire conversation that we're having right now. I was not trying to say anything other
No,
than
no.
what we did last week. So that's great. That's a great correction.
I can't keep up with the moving target.
You go with the flow.
That could end up in bad places, going with the flow.
So just for
Get down the old, you know what?
For the audience watching at home and the people sitting here, the discussion now is based on 16,000 square foot commercial and 12 residential units.
So I guess I was incorrect, so I apologize.
No, I don't want to, I want to make sure you and Alex know that I appreciate very much the amount of time that you've put into this. And I'm not criticizing anyone. I think you've done exactly what we've talked about and what we've heard.
I guess I would ask that everybody go back and review this, because now we're probably at 16,000 commercial, 12 residential units, 30%-ish FAR, we have to do the math. Does that mean that we can continue the dialogue, or are we back, I think, where do we think we're appropriate? Because I think we're a lot closer than maybe we thought we were 2 minutes ago.
I think, like you said earlier, we're zoning for this site. I'd like to be more specific. I'd like to be the market and the bank, which both seem to be being promoted from both sides. The developer and the community.
This just came out today, and I apologize for that. I couldn't get to it any sooner. But if everyone wants to take a look at this, Ned included, applicant included, town included, we'll make sure it's up on the website. We'll get this up. We'll discuss it on Thursday. Guess we're sticking with Thursday. April, if you can get us your comments before, that would be great.
Yes.
And we'll see where we are at the next meeting. Ned, I think you've heard, or Mr. Corcoran, I think you've heard, I don't know how formal we want to be at this hour, that we probably want to see some validation for my analysis coming from the applicant to back up some of these numbers. We good?
All right.
All right.
Next week.
Very good. Next week. Thanks. Anything else from you before I kick you out?
Are we closed to public discussion on this?
What?
We're not closed to public discussion.
I know this is not the time,
We're gonna
we're going to
go
continue to
ahead
hear.
and move it to the next weekend.
Because
we've
even
got
what I
another-
outlined, it still has to, in my mind,
And we got
very
two more
strongly
things to do.
supported.
No, at 10 o'clock, it's
Time to move along.
time to
Move to the next thing.
move on.
Yep. I can't find where I put my FAR in, but
But
my
you
FAR
might
I just
explain
saw
that
it.
this is
Yeah.
not a public hearing,
Not
that
a public hearing.
what we're in, it's a discussion, and we have tried to hear from the public as much as we can, but it's 10 o'clock and we have
two more things to do.
2 more things to do.
Pages top 3, Brian.
Excuse
Found
me.
it.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify that you did ask people to hold their comments earlier. Maybe someone who maybe wanted to speak during citizen speak, and you asked them to hold their.
That's fair.
This is the 40%, page 3.
I don't know if there is anyone, I just wanted to bring that.
Yep, thank you. So I will resend this to Tim to redistribute with the 2 changes made, and we'll talk about it next week. I will open the floor. I'm going to restrict comments to 2 minutes. So let's, if anybody would like to speak, please come forward.
Or come next week.
Or come next week. Yes. And if it's not new information, we'd really appreciate it if we got it next time. So we have a lot more business to do tonight.
I don't know how much is relevant now after you've had this discussion. I'm Annetta McSweeney at 250 Blue Hills Parkway. And I've come before you in the past expressing multiple concerns on the development of the Ice House property and the change in zoning. I do not want to be considered a nuisance. I am a sincerely concerned resident of the Parkway. I have attended many late night meetings, hoping that these concerns would be addressed openly. I was encouraged by Mr. Whiteside's proposal for zoning and the unanimous acceptance of this by the board. However, at the last meeting of the board, I was surprised and confused by the discussion of its cost effectiveness and what would be necessary to make this development acceptable to a potential developer. Is it time now to address my concerns? Is it time now to discuss an economic analysis of this property and the potential for residential development in keeping with the neighborhood? We have no residential comparisons before the board on a small or large scale to consider. It seems that the board is making concessions to a potential developer and not doing due diligence in considering alternative residential development in place of an out-of-scale and dense business proposal. We should be protective of Milton as a residential community and the best use of this small property bordering conservation land and a historic parkway. This change in zoning will set a precedent for further development on other properties with non-conforming business use, many of which exist within a mile of the ice house. 2 of these are already markets, and perhaps these could be further developed to include fresh fruit and vegetables and maybe a small cafe. So I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thanks for your discussion.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Katie Schmidt. I live at 62 Churchill Street, Precinct 1. And we never had anything more than the market to look at. So to say that there are people who are very much for that market, or that's what they want as a market, that was what was presented from the very beginning. So it was in response, would you take that or would you not take it? And it was like there was no other alternatives in between to look at. And I'm very interested in friendly 40B. I'm interested in something commercial that's not a market. So I think careful when you say that the community wants a market. It's all we've ever had to look at. We've not seen something else besides that. We've just seen a 14,000 square foot market or a 20 or, whatever. So I'd like to just temper the discussion
So,
with that.
thank you. I think it's important for me to say to you, for me to say to everyone in the room, and for me to say to the public that might be watching. So the board has heard a lot about a market, whether it's through this discussion, through the press, through whatever, that there's a desire for a market. So if there's a desire for more flexibility or for more smaller uses, that distinction should be made. So I just put that out there for the record, because the board has been hearing for a long time at this point that there's a desire for a market like what's in East Milton Square. So I'm just putting that out there, and I'm responding to your comment. If there's a different opinion.
There are differing.
So I'm asking people to come forward, but not tonight.
I came forward.
But thank you for your thoughts, because I think it promotes some interesting conversation. Yes, ma'am.
I'm back at the right time now.
Yes, thank you.
What I have to say, I'm going to hold off comments on traffic and everything. I realize that's a later development. But I am very
Your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lorraine Tower. And I live at 207 Blue Hills Parkway, 1 block up from Tucker. And I am very concerned, and I know that the planning board does not have probably a lot of power over this, but I feel that due diligence should mandate a lot of pressure from the board on who's ever responsible, the gas company, to replace these out-of-date pipes before a lot of new construction goes in. The roads have been dug up constantly, and I'm grateful for new water pipes, for all the other kinds of things that have been done. However, right in front of my house, for 10 years, there was a gas leak smell, and my neighbor several houses down had the same problem. Parents walking their kids to school would talk about it. And then a few years back, the Globe published a series of articles on our aging gas pipes, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And we got more concerned, this other neighbor and I, and we finally did a huge amount of pressure, and those gas pipes were fixed. the seals between the tubes are all gone because the type of gas that they use now is drier than the original old gas that they used to put through. So we, the residents, are paying for the gas that's leaking out, and then the gas company is going to charge us to fix the pipes too. So they're doing quite well. But the point is that construction disturbs the earth. We know that. And I am concerned for this entire area because they did cite that our particular area is one of the worst. It's the oldest. Everything in Massachusetts, oldest can be good, but in this case, it's bad. And I really do think that due diligence from the board, if there's anything the planning board can do to put a good deal of pressure on getting this repaired in a timely way before all these things are resolved, it would be, I think the town of Milton would cheer you on and be very grateful. And I think it's the only safe thing to do when you look at kids coming from Milton High, walking down that parkway, whether or not there's building, it should be done. And kids coming from the Tucker Elementary School and all of that traffic going up and down constantly. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, very good. We're going to move on to the Carberry property.
Next Thursday at what time? We're going to start at 7. Which one will we
It'll
do first? Ice
this-
House?
This will just be underneath the old business again, but
Is there anything, it'll just be these
it's just going to be these two
articles,
items. We're not
so-
going to do anything else. So, yeah, we can do Ice House first, so people
Okay.
know what time to get here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on
Welcome back,
to...
Cheryl. You have a good time over in the lounge?
Move on to the Carberry Estate, please. Great Estate zoning.
I just want to confirm it's next Tuesday?
Next Thursday, sorry, it's staying the Thursday. We did not change the date from the beginning of the meeting. Thursday night, we'll start at 7
So
o'clock.
next Thursday?
Yes, and we'll start with this we'll start with Ice House.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Carberry. Alex, I'd like you to start this time.
All right, well, last time, you know, we got a lot of good input. And unfortunately, I had something I had to do for myself. And then I had
Good for you.
131 Elliott Street, and I was working on Pulte, and I just was unable to work on the zoning to come up with a further draft incorporating the comments to see if they made sense in the eyes of the board. I thought that last time around, we had a strong feeling from a number of people that at 58 units as presented in the format presented, that this could be workable, but that there were still issues, that it was too general, it needed more. More is more. So I will have something next Thursday, but I don't have it today, so I'm, but that there is a lot of stuff that could be done.
I did send some comment, a draft. I'm not the wordsmith you are, Alex, but I tried to address some of the things that I mentioned last time. But they were just sent out late, and so I think you have a hard copy. But if you want to go through a few of them here, at least I can explain the thinking, and then you can think about how you might word them, or whether you even
We
agree
don't
with
want
them
Jack
here.
to feel like he has wasted
for
his
nothing.
time by
Yeah.
coming here.
Well, I think there's a few other people that want to speak anyway.
So,
And I did not send you my comments, so I still need to do that anyway.
so Tim, do you have those up there? Do people want to do that?
I think it's appropriate. yeah.
Okay. I thought under the purpose section, where we've talked a lot about part of the purpose being retaining kind of the natural landscape that you get from Canton Ave, so that if we have something in the purpose related to that, which I think was also one of the suggestions from the attorney representing Mr. Walker, right? So thank you. I did pull some of your things out, not quite verbatim, but I did like that, making that a part of the purpose. And then you'll see that I put affordable instead of, because later on it references affordable housing as a section, so it seemed to tie back better to have it be affordable here. And then I think we talked about being a little more specific and saying at least 2 large historic pre-1900 houses. So that was the thought with the purpose section.
Tim, just for clarification, are these changes just Cheryl's changes?
Just Cheryl's.
Okay.
On to Alex's version.
Onto Alex's
though.
version,
Yeah,
right, okay.
from the last time.
Yep, okay.
So, I mean, we don't have to go through it word by word, but we could, just the idea behind it. So on the setbacks and height, what we talked about last time was how the roadway, it referenced buildings not being in the setbacks, but we talked about the roadway. So I separated that out. And so the 175 feet instead of 125 is, if you took the right-of-way of 40 feet, so you had a 125-foot setback to a building or to any kind of construction, and then you did the right-of-way of 40, and then say you had another 10 feet to work with. So I did that. So from the 125, that's how I got to the 175, how I got from the 60 to the 100. And then I put, so that's for the buildings, and then I said no new roadway back at those setbacks. So that kind of tying the two into the dimensional. So that was an attempt to be a bit more specific about that. And then also about the roadway traversing that 250-foot buffer along Canton Ave. And then I added that 75-foot wide no disturbance zone that's along Canton Ave, because as had been pointed out to us, that didn't exist in the language. And then I added that no more than 25% of the townhouse units may be constructed less than 550 feet from the existing street. And that is an effort to tie to the site plan where we want to put most of the set back further into the property. And we had nothing which really did that. Let me get the site plan out. Did you have the site plan as well? I've got it somewhere, but where?
While you're looking, just a quick question for the applicant. So one of the things that Cheryl added was this 2 large historic pre-1900 houses. We had actually also wanted to put in a reference to the containing a minimum of X number of square feet, because we wanted to make sure that, yeah, so do you have a square footage of those homes approximately that you're planning to maintain? I know one of them you're taking down a portion. If you can get that for us, that'd be great.
Yeah, there we go. So all I did was do a calculation to come up with the 25%, just by taking a look at that layout and doing the calculation, the number of units up front and the number of units in the back. So that's something maybe the applicant can take a look at and see how that works.
Cheryl, you said was it 500 or 550?
550, yeah,
That sort of
because
captures these
yes,
and these.
right. Here, I wanted to make the note about the off-site not being age restricted on the affordable, because we don't have that in there anywhere. And then I felt the location of those should be subject to our approval, the off-site locations. And then this was adding that no disturbance open land. So Mike, this was to kind of try and address what you were saying about treating that differently maybe than the open, what was otherwise called open land. So there's, you all can take a look at whether that accomplishes that. But then the other thing is that where we've allowed that open land to be used for things like storm drainage and utilities, I felt as if we should put a restriction on that such that it wouldn't be located in places that would require significant tree removal, existing tree removal. So that's all in this open land revision. I did suggest a bump up in the amount of the land to be combination of the no disturbance open land and open land from 50 to 60%, so maybe that could be reviewed. Again, just a distinction in
Why is it purple and red?
Purple was yours.
Purple was yours.
From last time around, and red was what I had added this time around. And then here was to address some of the comments about that I had made about the architecture. So that we wouldn't have what I call cookie cutter design.
You know, like the Muttons? That's classic Milton.
It's funny because it's the only thing that is that specific. So I prefer not to have that. And then I made a comment about the garage doors also, not just that they wouldn't be dominant feature, but that trying to get at, I mean, there's different kinds of garage doors. You can have the very basic utilitarian, and you can have others that are carriage house style and other and dimensions. So you can have, you don't have to have a double wide garage door. You can have 2 garage doors with space in between. So they can use a little variety in the garage doors, not just in where they're located, but how they're designed. And then the materials. Along with the Muttons, I personally feel as if we shouldn't be dictating interiors. So that's just my suggestion. Then this was at the, trying to address my comments about the cut and fill and the amount of cut and fill not being dictated by a goal of not having to take any fill or cut off site. And then also about the additional material, so including the site sections, which would have indicate the existing topography, the proposed topography, the trees and the limits of construction, the 3-dimensional model.
Can I just ask a quick question? When we say 3D model, are we talking, or are we talking like a rendering?
Well, my suggestion for this site is the actual physical sits on the table model. And they can be done pretty easily because the topography is generally done 3-dimensionally anyway. So you have a 3-dimensional computer model that gets sent to the 3D printer. And it doesn't, and it's not an arm and a leg to produce
I'm less
it.
concerned about their arms and legs and where we're going to put our arms and legs in the office with this huge model. But that's...
I don't think you put a scale on it, so,
Okay.
you know, there's, the size of it, you know, this has to be
We
transportable,
can
et cetera.
actually provide it goes to any planning board member who's an architect.
Love it.
For off-site storage.
Okay, the basement's got plenty of room. Let's see. So the other things that we talked about, or that I had suggested at least, the photographic documentation, the limits of construction plan, a construction management plan, construction phasing. This is also the cut and fill. And retaining walls that I mentioned at the last meeting. And then some of this picks up on Mr. Connor's suggestion, sorry, on adding the traffic impact study, the tree study, and some of the requirement about the determination. I do think it's useful to have a reference to the master plan and to the standards. Was there other? So there you have it.
So
Nice.
most of what Cheryl did actually caught everything I did. So it looks like you caught most of what we talked about last time, which is great.
Tried to.
I will go
Not in
through
his wordsmithing.
No,
way,
no, I'll go
anyway.
You did it. It looks like you did a great job.
Yeah, I'll go through it one more time.
Looks like it's not going to be hard at all.
And there were just a few other things that came up. One was protection of stone walls. So wherever that fits in, we should probably try to get that in there to the extent practical. One was the discussion about performance bond language, which we've talked about a few times tonight. And last was some sort of provision for a traffic study that we make sure we have proper language in here. Otherwise, I think Cheryl got it all. Good job. Okay, anything from the applicant?
I think we're generally fine. We look forward to sending a copy of the latest tomorrow. We'll get that. That'd be great. Just a couple of...
And Tim, just to that point, can you make sure that all of these go up to the website? Thanks.
Just a couple of other things. One is that, zoning does so much, and then there's a certain amount of additional detail. There was some discussion last time about whether a development agreement is appropriate. I know that it is important for at least some of the abutters, and so we have a draft that was produced in April. We're happy to, in August, we're happy to share that and receive comment and drill further into the details so that there's a draft of a construction management plan. We have a draft of the traffic work that's been done. We have other things that get into more detail. And then the question, does this board want to review it and have comment on it? If it's to be enforceable, I think it would need to be signed on behalf of the town by the Board of Selectmen, which would be the one body that could actually take action to enforce it, but it would be a clearer roadmap for the town and the neighbors to follow post-zoning as we put together the plans for submittal for the special permit. That's one. Two, we had reserved the library for the night of the 16th. I'm going to change that night because obviously we'll be here on public hearing. But in light of sort of getting at some of the detailed concerns, our thought is to host a design charrette. We'll make the landscape architect and engineer available and the architect available in a room at the library to meet and receive specific comments and details from any who are interested to, what does the architecture want to look like? What does it not want to look like? What are the viewscapes that want to be protected? Or which viewscapes want to be enhanced? So that we can continue our process of working on the design and detailing with respect to a development agreement in direct response to more particular comments that might not be appropriate in this setting, but more appropriate in that sort of a design development setting. So we were going to do it on the 16th. We'll pick another night, and we'll make sure that people are invited to it and aware, but those are the two things. We've also begun, as part of this process, site takeoffs, 3D model, other things. So within the next several weeks, we'll be preparing more detailed information to share with the board about some of those specifics that Cheryl and others have raised with respect to how the property will be developed. And so with that, I thank you for your efforts and your time.
Okay, thank you. As far as the development agreement goes, we can certainly talk about that as a board, but I think the selectmen are obviously going to be the primary arbiters of that, and maybe we want to look at it, but I think we want to leave it mostly in the hands of the selectmen to keep the planning zone, the planning portion of this and the town contract portion of it somewhat distinct. That would be my opinion. All right, I know people have been sitting here for a long time, so we're going to go to the public. Again, ask you to keep comments to new information as much as possible and as brief as possible, but we will take public comment at this time. Would anybody like to speak? Mr. Walker, come on up. Mr. Connor, come on up. Oops. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While my clients getting stuff set up. For myself, I wanted to quickly recap a couple things from the last meeting. And then I know Kevin, who hasn't been able to attend the last few meetings, my client has some additional issues that he wanted to discuss, issues that I didn't cover previously. One of the key things that came out from the last time we talked is that 58 units isn't really 58 units after all. I think Attorney Corcoran made clear that it's 64 units. They're going to make efforts. They're hopeful. They're optimistic. But if they can't get the affordables off-site, it's back to 64 units. I know there's no support in this room for 64 units. I think it seemed like some of the board members were surprised that it could bump back up to that. I know my client is planning to talk a little bit about what density he views as acceptable, and we can cover that. Earlier this week, I submitted to the board in response to our discussion last time about that the applicant or the proponent wants to go with septic on site instead of a sewer, as is typical. Again, I pulled that language, I think, from the plan unit development bylaw that's already in effect. And I submitted a letter from a professional engineer, John Bensley, with Beals and Thomas. And he laid out, and I have extra copies if anyone doesn't have it, but he laid out what that kind of system would look like, assuming 64 units. And based on his calculations, using the number of bedrooms and everything that's already in the bylaw as written, he came up with a septic system that would be 30,400 square feet, and that it would also require a wastewater treatment plant that would be, he's estimating an additional 40 by 40 feet. So this is something that hasn't been incorporated in the conceptual plan. I do appreciate the work that's been done to incorporate some of our comments and take them into account. But this is something that the developer has not even contemplated and could substantially affect that plan, even as we try and lock it in and make it more specific. So that's something we wanted to raise to the board's attention that we're concerned about. And in fact, the system would be so big that it would actually require a groundwater discharge permit from DEP. So a little more than just a few septic systems for a few houses. It would be a pretty massive piece of this. So I'll turn it over to Kevin at that point. Thank you.
The bylaw that was proposed doesn't represent this plan. It represents 64 units. Last week, or excuse me, at the last meeting, Mr. Smith made a very intelligent argument for 44 units. I would support 44 units with the bylaw language that we're now headed for. The elimination of these and these. Now, he was questioned by Mr. Whiteside. And in fact, I saw the survey from the neighborhood. And without the 40B threat, everybody supports that I've seen not the majority of 44 units. Now, you made a statement earlier, Mr. Whiteside, about 58. Now, there was somebody up here that said, let's go with that. But I'm telling you right now, to support a great estates bylaw, that's not a great estates bylaw. Seeing that from the street. So, we get back to 40B. We talked about 40B during the Ice House. There was even a pro forma, some analytical thinking. Threat of 40B. Mr. Corcoran said 40B has determined the value of the land. Well, the board asks a lot of questions when Mr. Smith or a neighbor gets up there. They've never asked me any questions. Well, how do they calculate that value? Right? Isn't that a good question?
Great question.
Yeah. So threats, even after I watched the video tonight. We own the hammer, he said on the Ice House. Mr. Corcoran. You can't let developers come in and threaten. You made a very good statement about 40B. A friendly 40B. This developer has not brought one thing to the table. There's more for the Ice House. Look at the plans for a little development. Elevations, nothing. And the plan that he provides isn't even the bylaw he submitted. You've got to get some analytical thinking. Okay, so it's 58 units. You go on the internet. A third of the cost of a property is the land value. 58 units, if a conservative is selling them for $1 million, 333, that's $19.3 million. That's a unit value of $1 million. 44 units is $14.6 million. I didn't even do the 18 to 20 homes cluster as is. You know it's a lot lower. And you know the 40B formula, right? Land value. This is all about the money. The land value is maximized with 58 units. Try to build a 40B into that hill. You're going to use septic? You're digging up the new Canton Ave? 200 apartments, cost of a building into the hill? Dramatic changes in elevation, Mr. Corcoran said. What do you think that costs to build? Architects, we know, right? It's expensive. You got water and sewer. You got gas down on Canton Ave, newly paved road, public transportation, no sidewalks. Almost 50% of 40Bs never make it to the approval process, site approval process. So show us your numbers for the 40B. Show us how you're going to make more money with a developer that I don't see does 40B. The cost of the land. He would be doing 40B now. I had to build into that hill. It's expensive. The neighborhood wants 44 units there, okay? He's making plenty of money. We talk about getting into what's real, okay? We start with this, the traditional subdivision. Some people on this board have said they've seen subdivisions. Okay, they don't want to see this. Well, my easement goes through these 3 lots. The stream goes through this. This isn't a real plan for a subdivision, whether you agree with it or not. And then you go to the cluster. Read 48. That's not a cluster development. Open land accessible to all properties. It's misinformation and threats. And that's what we're here for. 40B, this town is going to have to deal with it. a production plan, there's all this information out there, and assistance from nonprofits to help a town to deal with it. So when he's done with this development, okay, I'm gonna do another one and threaten them. It's crazy, and you said yourself last week, we wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the 40B threat. So, after I got up here last time, and one of the neighbors said, geez, you know, Mr. Walker got a break now. You know, there's nothing, there's no breaks unless it's pinned down in that bylaw. Forget the development agreement. That waters it down, get it all in that bylaw. The buildable area, the number of units, and what you expect. That's the way to do it, and the people on this board have said it. Let them develop it. 44 units. Now, open land. It's an interesting one. And this is one reason why we need to get everything in this bylaw. Okay? We need to define maintenance. What is maintenance? I have a driveway that goes through there now. Usually until the Carberries put up a spike fence, I would clean up these hubcaps and tires. Okay? If a tree falls on my driveway, if there's a fire on the property, you know how cooperative condo associations are when it comes to spending money. Everything needs to be covered in this. The ice house was last year at this time. Why is this being rushed? Because the developer is threatening 40B. And people are scared. I'm not scared. Because you know why? He hasn't shown anything. If he shows us something, some numbers, then we can start to look at it. Show us some elevations. Show us some real plans. Your job description, analytical thinking. You got a job to do here. This guy, this developer, cannot just come in here, threaten 40B, and say, that's good. And now, like I said, hey, you like the 58 unit. That's not a bad plan, right? Sitting in your seat. But that's somebody saying 64. But we'll fit it on the same pod. Well, I have to say, the neighborhood has done a lot of work. And I've seen, they're scared. They don't want it. They don't want 40B. Well, bring your proposal for 40B. Let's see how real it is. So, thank you for your time.
Anybody else wish to speak to this application tonight, or this, excuse me, bylaw tonight? Yes.
Good evening, Chairman Furs, members of the Planning Board, Mr. Clark and Mr. Cherwinski. Thank you for another opportunity yet again to speak to you. I'll try to be very brief. At the last Planning Board meeting, I did come before you and state that the Blue Hill Neighborhood Association could support a 44-unit townhouse development. We have heard from the developer and his attorney that he requires 58 market-based, market-priced units in order to make this deal feasible. We haven't seen any evidence that that's actually true, so I am asking the board to consider requiring the developer to fund independent third-party assessment of that assertion that a 44-unit development would not be economic. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Taylor, you coming up? Okay.
Hello, my name's Tony Chicello. I'm here tonight in my capacity as attorney for Jack Weeks. I've been working with, Jack is a neighbor on Carberry Lane down at the bottom of the road, next to the entrance at the bottom, the lower side of Canton Ave. I've been working with Jack and some of the other neighbors for a number of months now as this project has developed. I don't think we're yet at a point where there is consensus. You're hearing different things. You're hearing clearly from the most discontented of the neighbors, which is common. I think there are a number of neighbors, including Jack, that think that the plan that's been proposed with the 58 units is a workable plan, subject, of course, to all of the details and things that need to be worked out. So I think that you're not hearing from a lot of the people that think that is a workable plan. Jack's certainly one of them. I've talked to a number of his neighbors who also think that's workable. There's been some discussion about a possibility of buying down the unit count. If somebody does that, no one's going to complain. But unless and until somebody's willing to do that, I don't know that that's really a realistic assumption or something we should be spending a whole lot of time focusing on. I mean, certainly, if that is real, the sooner everybody sees it, the better, and that would be a great thing. I think that what is important for a lot of the neighbors that I have talked to are the details. There's a lot about that plan that you could like or that you could really not like, depending on how it's all implemented. So I think this is a situation in which something like a development agreement might be an opportunity before we go to town meeting to get a lot of the beef and a lot of the detail that people want ironed out in an enforceable agreement. That's where you can get into a lot of the specifics on architectural and aesthetic issues. You can get into things about viewscapes and protecting them and how you're going to actually start to think about doing that. You can talk about construction rules and mitigation plans and get more specific and clearly enforceable mechanisms on these things. And I think that those are the types of things that worked out in a development agreement before town meeting would make a lot of the neighbors a lot more comfortable that this is a project that they could get behind. And then we'd be able to move that forward. So I would encourage folks to look at that. I do think there is some merit to planning board involvement in that document because I think it does address some issues that you folks have some experience with. But doing that prior to changing the bylaw, there's a great fear, I think, for a lot of people, if it's not in the bylaw, we're hoping the planning board's going to do what we want, but we're really not sure. And we're nervous about that. And is it going to be enforceable? And so I think that this is one way to really address that issue. So there's a lot more discussion, obviously, to be had on this, but we don't have to have it tonight.
Who would be the parties?
To the development agreement. I think the Board of Selectmen would be the signatory on behalf of the town because they are the enforcing party. But that doesn't mean that they are the only stakeholder.
We would provide the terms and they would do the signing. And it would be in place, if we did zoning, bare bones zoning, there would be the development agreement and both would go to town meeting.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Are they redundant?
No.
Why?
Because the zoning would not have the details of the development agreement. It would be sort of like a regulation fleshes out a law. It would flesh out the zoning. It would say you can be so and so far from that, and then it would say in detail just how it would be.
I have to say, if that were an effort that were going to be made, the things that I suggested that we need to ask for would have to be done, because what they have is a diagram and it's not a plan. There's a lot of design work to take that into making it a plan that's going to be something that you could commit to. It would normally take months and months of work and a lot of back and forth to make that plan happen. And in my experience, the site with the level of complexity that's here, to do a really good plan is going to take that 3D model, really understanding the topography, really understanding the natural features, and then work it. That's a diagram, it's a concept. It gets you a certain point. But boy, I have a lot of concerns about getting to something that you could say, this is the plan by town meeting.
If this development agreement is more detailed than the bylaw, who are the selectmen going to look to make sure that this is being captured correctly?
And how do we ensure it's not in conflict with what we ultimately see? And
I'm sorry?
and how do we ensure that what we
There aren't-
agree
there aren't
to isn't going to...
contradictions between the plan, the bylaw and this development agreement.
Or more just during our permitting process, things evolve
But I mean,
and
again,
change.
who would the selectmen look to see that they're capturing what they want to capture in these?
They'd look to us, because I've
But
been...
we look to the, we do the bylaw.
But
Well, we
you're not
do
required to
both.
have a public hearing on it either. And like we're required to do.
Well, I mean, without the development agreement, it would be hard to do the bylaw, to have a public hearing on the bylaw, because, of course, it would not be tight enough.
We
And
have-
people would say that. And
We've never had a development agreement on
Never.
a zoning bylaw.
Never.
So to say
Why
that we
start
wouldn't be
now?
able to do one is, I mean,
But why
I
don't
think
we,
we
why
need-
don't we think about the development agreement and
Okay.
discuss it next week?
but I would say bear that in mind in terms of timing of things. And Mr. Dahlia, I know he understands what I'm talking about in terms of the level of design work. So he'd have to be able to produce the shred is one thing, but you really have to get into, I think it's absolutely appropriate if this were truly to be a septic system, how is that going to work? How is the stormwater going to work? Are you able to get that accomplished without taking down a lot of trees? Are you able to get the site plan to have not have a lot of cut and fill? There's a lot of questions to be answered in a very short period of time. That's where, I mean, we've taken a very long time to review a lot of applications in terms of ironing out the details. We asked the engineers and the architects and the planners to come back. We've done how many meetings with Pulte, and they're all public and they're all
131 Elliott
recorded.
131 Elliott Street?
131 Elliott. And so, I would say I'm skeptical about getting that done by town meeting.
I agree.
I'm honest.
We shall
Okay.
see. I think it's been done in the past. I don't know if the timing works. I think we should take a hard look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Barry Woods is my name. I live on 8 Carberry Lane. I've been there 20 years this month. I've been a guest of Milton for 40 years. And I've had the privilege of and the enjoyment of being in the Blue Hills many times over the last 40 years. And I'm reminded of the fact that for 12,000 years, Native American Indians used this whole area as their playground. They used the Neponset River as their highway. They used these streams to fish in. I live right here. This is a dam here. 8 similar type dams go through the Blue Hills since 1908. There was federal government demanded this after a major flood in this whole area of Canton Avenue and Upper Canton Ave in 1904. Be that as it may, the stream has opened this past 2 weeks without major snow. There are underground streams that have been diverted under Carberry Lane. When you remove a lot of trees and you disrupt thousands of square feet of earth, you destroy the topography, and the water table rises and percolates up. Where is that water going to go? It's going to go into these homes here. I can tell you 2 years ago after the blizzard, for 57 days, I had the pumps going off my basement, despite the fact that the well was dry in 30 days. But for 27 more days, there was water under our property from underground streams. So that's going to be a major issue, is the water. Now, the real concern is, on top of that, if you look at this so-called esker here, it's actually a landfill for the last 200 years used by the residents of this 3 great houses that are up here. I suspect in the last 18 years there has been no further garbage being dumped by the residents of the Walcott estate. This needs to be looked into. There could be methane gas down there. They've been covering it over with brush and trees, etc., for the last 20 years. But I live about 25, 30 feet from that area, and it's not a fancy smell as you get there. So I think that's something that has to be looked into also. There's some, you have 150 or 20 years of junk, literally, in there, and household garbage. So Carberry Lane is going to be deluged with water, literally, from whether you put 24 units or 44 or 64. You're going to be altering the topography, and that's a real concern. Now, I've spoken to a lot of my neighbours, and the majority feeling is maintain the original battle we had back in 1989, where you went from 50 homes on 50 acres that was proposed by the owner down to a AA zoning. There has to be some compromise here. And 64, 58, that's not the answer. 44 seems rational. 32 is reasonable. But you're going to do so much damage to the local area. And, you know, we've heard that the DCR have looked at this and they're very happy that they're going to get the trails mowed every year. The reality is that you can go up into the Blue Hills, and on this property you can find artifacts that were used by the Native Americans that percolate up during the water time. We need a good archaeological evaluation of this whole area. Nobody has even considered that aspect. Milton, for 12,000 years, was the home of major tribes. Chickatawba himself had 7 rest areas in this whole area, one on Brush Hill Road, subsequently over near Quincy. This was a very active area. In 1618, there was a major plague in this area, extending from Maine down to Narragansett Bay, 15 miles wide, where 55 to 70,000 Native Americans died of the plague, a plague that has subsequently been reported to be hepatitis A from human waste and contamination of water. Each year, the tribes that lived there used it, they moved with the seasons. They had a fishing season, they had a season for growth, and they had a season for woodwork, etc. But be that as it may, they allowed regrowth every year because that was their pattern. But when you lose 50,000 people, where are they buried? Where are the bones? This is going back to 1616 to 1618. In a matter of 2 years, they wiped out the major Northeast Native American population. About 250 survived and lived on Ponkapog, and subsequently, over in generations, intermarried with Afro-Americans and other groups in the town of Milton. Milton were very good about the bodies and the remains that were found by the developers and builders over the years. There's a section of Milton Cemetery that is dedicated to the burial, the reburial, reinterment of Native American Indians. So it's part of our history. It's certainly, this is the last open space. It deserves to be treated with respect. And what remains there, no pun intended, could be very important to us all. And I thank you for your attention and
Thank you. Okay, is there any other comment from the public? All right, so we will be discussing this on February 9th, probably starting somewhere around 8 o'clock, but we will be hearing
February 2nd.
Second, sorry. February 9th is our
Next meeting.
next meeting. February 2nd, here in this room.
Next Thursday.
Thank you. All right, briefly, board, we have 4 sign applications. We have the recommendations from the sign review committee in front of us. The applications are for Coffee Break Cafe, Compass Kitchens, Peel Pizza, and Mattress Firm. Again, we have the recommendations of the sign review committee for each application.
Now, you already did Mattress Firm, and I think you voted to
Approve that we
go along
move
with
forward with
the
the sign review
sign
committee.
review committee's recommendation. So it's just, Ned, you're looking at me?
Yeah, I just heard Mattress Firm, that's my client, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Nothing.
They're not talking about anything.
We're talking about sign review, but Mattress Firm we already did.
Yeah, we already did that.
Yeah.
I read through and looked through the applications, and I would say that, yeah, Bill, you wanted to make a comment? Go ahead.
The sign review committee looked at each one of these. Peel Pizza, the size of that sign is the same one that's been underneath when it was mozzarella. It's the same size when it was Zach's Pizza. The difference here is they're changing out the awning. The awning will be brown. The peel is what you flip the pizzas with. That actually is going to be made out of marine plywood. It's going to be stained so that it fits. And it's been approved by the sign review committee. It goes
Okay.
to the selectmen next week.
Next.
Can you hit the
Next.
go button?
Next.
Try down.
Which one?
Yeah,
Compass?
go down again.
Coffee break?
Coffee break, good. Coffee break, the change here is actually, everything here is already on coffee break, except that sign at the top is a banner. It's going to be made out of metal. It'll have acrylic letters on metal. It'll be mounted on the existing sign that's underneath that used to be Radio House Coffee. So it's the same size as what was there. It was the same size that was there before. The difference here is they put the logo on the door, and they made the lettering smaller going across the windows. Sign review committee said yes.
Did you talk about Compass?
Nope. Next. Compass.
Compass Kitchen actually is there are 3 signs. This is that would be the Granite Ave side.
This is the old Dave's Infirmary?
The old Dave's Bike Infirmary.
Oh, okay.
They're going to put an awning across there, black awning, black lettering. The lettering is, these are going to be vinyl mounted. There's a compass rose that goes with it. There will be 4 gooseneck lamps across it. Again, the committee agreed with that one. This is the one that faces down Granite Ave as you're coming off the expressway to the right of the main window. The window looks into a display. They agreed with this sign. This building faces on Mechanic Street and Granite Ave, so it has 2 street fronts. Can you
Bill,
go,
is
that
this-
one there. The roof sign is an existing roof sign from the bike shop. The new owner would like to keep the roof sign. He feels it's very important because it can be seen from the expressway. The sign review committee does not like roof signs. They would immediately do away with the website, they do away with the telephone number. They don't like roof signs, they're not going to back the roof sign.
Well,
I know the owner is going to go to the selectmen and plead hardship
They
for it.
also, what I read, they said that it's not that they don't like it, it's not in our, it's in our, they're not allowed in our guidelines, or they're not, the guidelines don't support roof, right? So they're following the guidelines.
Yep.
But-
But at the same time, our guidelines say that, like the Peel Pizza sign, that sign's too big. It has to be about a quarter that size. So, also, this is 3 signs for a building that should have 2. They don't allow the roof sign, so they're saying no. They're giving him the wall, they're giving him the one on Granite Ave that goes in the side with, under the awning. So it will be a black awning, letters above with 4 goosenecks.
Can you see the? Sorry, can you see the this compass sign, or can you see anything else from the highway, or just the roof?
Only the roof.
Okay.
And that's a selectmen issue, whether they get it or not.
Yep. So.
Well, we should get the
Is there a third?
opinion of the sign review committee on the roof sign as if it were acceptable. In other words, to say we oppose it without, opposing it because it's illegal. I mean, we can say that we oppose it because it's illegal, but rather than saying we don't like it, I think we should get the opinion of the sign review committee as to whether or not it's a nice sign.
Well, they're just saying we don't want it.
They say it does not fit the existing architecture. It's prohibited in the design guidelines. That it is their opinion that the new business should meet the town design guidelines, and it's inappropriate to approve signs that were, just because the previous business had it there. So that's their reasoning for not allowing, not
Could we
supporting.
support the sign review committee?
I do.
I support the sign review
Okay,
committee.
so moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion,
To adjourn.
second.
Sign.
Sit with-
All in favor? Aye. Have a nice night. See you Thursday.